Okay, we are finally back. Cyber Monday has been something else, man. Well, actually in the end I didn't really purchase that much. And that LCD screen though, that is something that's gonna get me going crazy. I still think about that. I'm gonna go to sleep and think about that. That's the problem. Okay. Alright, let's see. Seems everything's set up right there. So I'll make a tweet. Man, my back is not feeling all that great right now. Whoa, who drew that? Wow, that's really good design. I'm gonna go ahead and like that and take a look later. I'm gonna go ahead and take this right here, retweet this right here. Oh, man. It's one of those days. Hey guys, how you doing? Go ahead and pop open this chat right here. Down. And let's get going. Oh. Okay, well, what's inside my PS4? Okay, let's get that out of there. Hang on. Okay, I'm back. Obviously, you can hear me on the mic, I'm hoping. How's the volume and everything? I'm sorry if I laughed too loudly. Is the mic volume that loud? It can't be. I'm gonna go ahead and lower this anyway. There we go. There we go. Let's turn it off. Let me go ahead and test something very quickly. It's been a while. Test, test, test. Oh, shit! Oh, man, I wonder if people realize that my thoughts are being displayed on the screen. Okay, anyway, it works, it works. Yeah, I had a different game in the PS4, that's all. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything I need to buy. I need to make sure that I get at least one game off of Steam, because it's on sale right now. And ideally get some HDMI cables to replace ones for the future. And I think that's really about it. I pretty much made everything I need to do. And I haven't actually spent that much. Maybe buy some clothes? I did buy, like, a shirt that I wanted. Nah, I think I'm good. Okay, 242.02. 16, that's it? It is, okay. Did I cure my addiction? Fleeing to Canada.
今から数時間ここにいるのは俺だけだ。
Fleeing? No. I'm making a lovely rush towards Canada. But anyway, yeah, I'm done with Death Road to Canada for now.
外にいたマスコミ連中にも偽の情報をつかませておいた。今なら誰もいない。車でここを出られる。
Okay, so I now know where we are. Okay, so this is what's happened. I'll try to brief you on the big details. because it's been a while for me too. Serica has gone to try to find the culprit, and the culprit, as we know it right now, is the main character's dad. I am still skeptical about that, and I don't think that's going to be the end result. It's been a while since I've explained my reasonings for why, but we'll just leave it at that for now because I can't access how I explained it. Serica has the ability to read minds. She tried to read 2 employees' minds there to no avail. So it could be that she's in a trap right now. Our current situation is this. We are going to book it out of Shibuya. And we have our team of people, which would be, let's see, the detective here. It's been a while. I need to remember their names. We have Takeru. Nono's dead. Mio, Uki, Hinai, Arimura. I believe Hana's with us. Shinji is not with us. That's our team of people going to leave Shibuya. And hopefully if everything goes well, we're going to leave. But Serica being in trouble might not end up all that well. But we've already made the decision to kind of ditch her. And she's going to purposely do this to try to give an opening for us to leave, I think. Let's see, is there anything else that I'm forgetting? I'm trying to remember every detail because it's been a while, like I said. There's suspicions on Serica being truthful or not when she unveiled everything to Takeru. So option 1 is she is telling the truth and has a way to bypass Arimura's ability to tell if you're lying or not. Or she's telling a lie. And, Or she's telling the truth. So she's either telling the truth or a lie, right? And she has the ability to bypass the lie detector test from Arimura. I forgot how I explained this one. This one took a while to understand. But I had to begin with the assumption that the person who brought it up was right. And the person who brought it up was Mio. So the reason why Serica is going to be seeing the big baddie is because she says that's the absolute best way to guarantee Takeru's safety. And she is supposedly programmed. Serica is supposedly programmed to at all costs keep Takeru alive. She is a creation of his memory from the past. And that was his initial psychic power during the Shibuya earthquake collapse. Okay, so the thing that I was brought up, I'm doing this for myself at this point because I'm trying to remember everything. The thing that was brought up was if Serica is truly programmed to do absolutely everything she can to keep Takeru alive, the main character, right? Why isn't she with Takeru when you're leaving Shibuya? And then I was like, okay, well, but she said she's going to try to stop the main baddie from getting in your way. But is that truly the best way to keep Takeru alive? And I'm thinking to myself right now in my head. Back then, I couldn't think of any scenario in which her not being with Takeru is more effective in keeping him alive. And honestly, I still can't. So that's what she said. That's the thing. That's kind of quirky. But if we choose to believe in Serica, it opens up another path. And that was the argument that I made for the writer of this visual novel. And that's how we initially came down and broke the aspect of creating her. Creating Serica was an extension of creating the main character. The things that he wanted got conveyed through Serica. And how Serica acts is a reflection of himself. I will not be able to fully break that down right now. But that's how honestly, that's how I broke down the programming aspects of Serica. And then later on, the visual novel essentially confirmed what I was thinking. So anyway, if you're asking me for my personal beliefs, I'm siding on the side of Serica. Being an extension of the main character and not lying. And I believe that the main culprit that the game wants to say is the main culprit is not the real main culprit. There's a few factors. One, I'm getting fucking tired of like villains falling down because of their own hubris, right? That's getting old. And so for the main culprit who can control people's minds to unveil himself so suddenly and say, hey guys, I can control people's minds, seems stupid as fuck to me. There's too many ways to write that in another way. And if I were the killer, if I could control people's minds, the first thing I would do is control a bunch of fake bodies and say, hey, you pretend you're me, go, right? Announce yourself, you're the mind controller. Put them on a different kind of like path, and like we'll try to explain it too. So also there's that, right? But there's also the fact that the main culprit, who is a mind controller, if it really is Takeru's dad, he's been in this clinic for a very long time. And supposedly his reasoning for trying to kill all the people he's done is because he needs to wipe out every single Esper in the city to prove something. He needs to prove to his higher ups that he's capable of cleaning up a mess so he can continue human experiments. And yet, he hasn't killed Aramura. And he hasn't killed Takeru. And he hasn't killed Uki. And he hasn't killed Serica, right? This is kind of funky. Like, I wouldn't even need Serica to kill Nono for me. I'll just say, oh, Nono right there? Mind control, go kill yourself. Serica, I don't need you. Mind control, kill yourself. Uki, mind control, kill yourself. Takeru, kill yourself. Right, done. But there's an extra aspect. There's another layer here. And that layer is, even though the culprit is a mind controller, he still needs to confirm that the higher-ups truly want to give him more power, to give him access to experimenting more on humans. That's why Serica was initially explained for being on his side. I need Serica to confirm this. Well, okay, it wasn't explicitly said like that, but that's the assumption. So if Serica betrays him, Aramura is the next step in line. So Aramura could stay alive. But still, the problem is this. Now that you know that Serica is a traitor, you're gonna kill Takeru anyway. Uki you're gonna kill, and Nono you're gonna kill. Pop them all, wouldn't you? Thinking. If I were the mind controller, and I really am the dad, how would I do this? I want to confirm that the organization wants to give me power. Okay. I need Serica on my side, keep Takeru alive for a little bit. Kill Uki. Kill Nono. Keep Aramura alive just in case. What's funky about this? What is funky about this? I need to tell the organization that I can clean up the mess, and so I'll kill every single Esper. What is wrong about this? Why did I tell Serica to kill Nono? Why didn't I do it myself? 1. Why don't I just mind control everyone and have them off themselves? Why do I need Serica to do that? To prove loyalty? Does that matter? Okay, well, I mind controlled Shinji to test something, which is how long can he last. That's about 2 months, I think. And we're closing in on when I need to talk to the organization. So I mind controlled Serica. True, I actually did. But she's fighting against it, so that's a problem. Or maybe she's not, but I think she's fighting against it. So what's the problem? Uki's still alive. She should have been dead. Is that true? Should Uki be dead? Why not? Why is Uki alive? Can't I just say, Uki, in about 2 weeks, go kill yourself? Can I do that? Why would I risk having Serica go kill someone? Am I really testing for loyalty here? Does that matter? Aramura's right there. At this point, I can just have Serika off herself, and then mind control Serika and say, hey, I need to check you on this thing, that's it. That's one thing I haven't figured out, huh? Okay. So, either I move from this spot and I haven't figured that out, or I try to figure it out right now. There's also that question mark right there. What is with that? Uki has to die. Uki has to die. Is that true? Can I say, organization, look at Uki? She is the first successful human experiment. I might be able to wing that. I think I could. Do I have to kill Takeru? Why would I have to kill Takeru? Well, he has too many powers for a starter. I personally would kill him. Serika already betrayed me, so I'll kill Serika. Nono already killed. Aramura for backup, okay. So Aramura, Uki, I can kind of fathom why I need to keep him alive. Takeru needs to die, that's why Serika did. So these two need to die. Top 3 need to die, period. What's the problem? Okay, so the problem is I unveiled myself as the dad. I'm trying to figure out if the dad really is the true culprit, and if he were the true culprit and he has to kill these certain people, why didn't he do it when he was in the clinic? That is what I'm trying to answer. Okay. Takeru needs to die. Serika needs to die. Nono needs to die. Aramuro for defense. Uki for... I think Uki, as an example, is too risky. I would still kill her. Why is Uki too risky? If I can defend that argument, then I can defend why the dad is not likely the culprit. Okay, why do I need to kill Uki? She has the power to force you to see a certain image, whether it's true or not. Okay. She also doesn't know currently that I'm the mind controller for some reason, but how would I anticipate that? Is that too risky to keep her alive? Why would I need to? I just don't understand why. Hang on. So if I used Uki instead of mind controlling the organization, how would that work? It doesn't matter though, right? The moment I see the organization, when I just mind control them and say, fuck you, give me the power, that'll be the very first thing I'm thinking about. I don't need them. I just need to mind control them. That's it. I just need their resources. Right? Why would I, the mind controller murderer, even let the organization actually exist? I just need to see them once and then start breaking down their entire organization. They all work for me now. Is he not trying to actually kill everyone? Yeah, why wouldn't you just fuck over the organization? I would do that. If I was evil, I would do that. Okay, but the thing is, I need to absolutely make sure that the very first person I mind control is part of the organization. So I need Aramura alive. Or Serika, but Serika's not on my team anymore, so I need her alive. So then it's me and her. Okay. Everyone else can die, is that right? Takeru can die, Serika can die, Nono can die. What can I use Uki for? What can I use Uki for? I can't think of anything why I would use her. But yeah, that's really funky. I don't care about the organization, I just need their tools. Yeah, I will just... Once I have a confirmation, I'll just mind control done. That's it. Okay, let's continue from here. I'm curious now. Maybe I only have a max amount of mind control, and if I do too much, I get tired.
宮代や有村はともかく、後で交代した時、山添や橘優斗がいなくなっていることをどう説明するつもりだ?
And at that point, I guess the real question is, why didn't Serika tell me his power? That's the very first thing, logically, you would ask. Can you tell me anything about his mind control power? And she didn't say anything.
へりくつならお前や百瀬さんと話している間に鍛えられたよ。心配ない。
別にあんたの心配をしてるわけじゃない。あんたにはこの後もいろいろ動いてもらうことになるんだ。降格ならまだしも失職されては私が困るんだよ。
ほら、これだから鍛えられるんだ。
どこに行くんですか？
ひとまずは秋葉だ。
秋葉ってあの秋葉原ですか？
Okay, so now that I'm not the murderer, let me think of how to get out of the situation. So let's just bounce first, see how that works.
あ
あ、もっと遠くかと思ってました。
秋葉には久野里さんの協力者がいる。
We're on the same common route, Star. So the same suspicions you had are still applicable.
PC を使った情報収集という点においては私以上の腕を持つハッカーだ。ふざけた人物だがある程度の事情も知っている。しばらくの間かくまってくれるそうだ。
Hang on, let me do a quick review because I've been so caught up in my own thoughts. Start from here. I'm not worried about your well-being. I have a lot of work planned for you after this. You can get demoted, but I can't have you being fired. She wants to make the detective work. We're going to Akihabara? What? Why? Because you need to meet a hacker. And this hacker is very talented. Okay. We need a hacker. Is it because of the defense around Shibuya? Is that the reason why?
それなりのマシンも融通してもらえることになっている。まあ、交換条件で何を言われるか分かったもんじゃないな。
And we're getting a machine out of it.
ん？
とにかくここからどれだけ離れるかは問題じゃない。渋谷という街を出ることが先決だ。一旦そこに留まって様子を見る。
ということだ。有村さんはどうした？
ああ、ノノの部屋で電話してます。
I wonder if I need Uki alive, because most likely the organization's gonna bring a huge defense force to try to kill me. So then I would give the entirety of the defense force an image that I died. And I'll have Aramura as a backup to determine whether they care or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I would just mind control them.
そうか。
Man, this is getting confusing. Aramura being alive to confirm something. So if I mind control someone, I can't have them tell me the truth? I wonder if that's true or not. I have no idea. That's something I would test out with Seriko immediately. Maybe you can.
よし、有村さんの電話が終わったら行こう。
Okay, any explanation on why we need a mid hacker?
車は玄関に寄せてある。マスコミはしばらく大丈夫だと思うが、乗るときは一応用心してくれ。近所の目もある。
ゆうとも連れて行きますから。
ん？
え？
いいえ、
もちろん最初からそのつもりだよ。いいかな、ゆうとくん。
うん。タクル兄ちゃん。お父さんはどこにいるの？大丈夫なの
？What do I say to this one?
後で話すよ。
後っていつ？
秋葉原について落ち着いたら必ず。
I wonder if there's any plausible way he's gonna be ditching us if I tell him the truth.
わかった。絶対だよ。
あ、ほら、荷物取ってきな。
うん。
大丈夫です。
新庄さん、一つ確認したいことがある。2時間半くらい前か。慰霊碑公園に宮代拓の名を語った狂言者が出ただろう。
Ah. What about that?
ああ。
厳重注意くらいで、明日には釈放か？
その予定だが。
そいつには悪いが、別件でも何でも構わない。数日間、交流しておいてくれないか？
佐久間の仕掛けだと。
It would make sense. I mean, it's just a possibility that someone random just claimed to be the main character, but this is also possible.
タイミング的には、狂言者なんていくら湧いてもおかしくないが、仮にも、宮代拓になりきろうとした人間だ。何の工夫もなく名前だけを語ったのが気になってな。できればそいつのここを調べてみたい。
わかった。なんとかしてみよう。そろそろ出発しよう。有村さんにもそう伝えてくれ。
はい。荷物はもうまとめてありますから。あれ？結局、和樹を最後まで付き合わせちゃったな。
What if Kazuki's an Esper too? Might as well. The whole party's an Esper, man. What are the detectives in Esper? What if her Esper wish was that she would never speak again? It all makes sense. One of the bed sheets are Espers. Oh man.
当事者か。
Yeah, Scott's streaming at 8 p.m., so this is the only time I can really stream for the time being.
Nande da? ジョーちゃんは幸せにならなきゃいけねえ子だろうがよ。
尾上。
Unlisted caller. Oh, my favorite. These I don't ever pick up.
誰だ。
一つ言い忘れたことがあってな。
Go on.
お前。
話を聞け。すぐに終わる。
なんでお前。
そんなことはどうでも。宮代、聞いているか。
Okay. You know, I forgot to check out and see if there's any Chaos Child related. Nah, not likely. It's very unlikely that Chaos Child has merchandise that's on sale right now. As far as I'm aware, it's not that popular in the English community.
聞いてる。なんだよ。
一つ言い忘れたことがあってな。
おい、どうしたんだ。なんか。
お前の両親を殺したのは私だ。
Okay, I mean, I expect that already. I guess the real question is, why do you need to tell me this now? She's going to die? And she wants to let me have the truth? Does that work? This entire time, she's been trying to conceal the truth from me. Ah, yeah, that was the funky thing, wasn't it? If she truly believed that keeping me alive was the most important thing, why didn't she tell me the truth this entire time? Oh, that was the funky thing. Yeah, that was that. Let's see how this works.
6年前、渋谷地震の時、あの避難所でお前の実の両親を殺したのは私なんだ。
え？ なんで
Well, I mean, I know the reason why, but I need to know why she's saying this. Yeah, that's up a lot of questions, actually. Also, I love this piano, wow.
Now, 伝えなければいけなかった。言い忘れていたんだ。
だから、なんでなんだよ。
Oh, Yatsumi, thanks for the sub.
Oi, Onoe! Onoe! 一体何なんだよ。尾上は何のために生まれたんだ？
Sorry, really? You're asking that question? Okay, so they're creating some type of nuance here, which is, why would my parents try to hurt me in that situation to prompt Serica to kill them? They were abusive, but they weren't going to kill me. They were going to leave me, most likely, if I hadn't gone there. But they weren't directly trying to kill me, were they? No? That would be kind of hard to prove. What wish would I have that would prompt Serica to kill them? If I hated them, yeah, sure. That would work. But then Serica's more freeform if I do that. Let's see where this goes.
あいつの目的は僕を生かし続けることじゃない。
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and it all starts to unravel the moment you start thinking about that. What is that thing that if you think about, everything starts to unravel? If Serica was supposed to keep me alive, why didn't she tell me the truth the moment we found out a mind controller existed? And I couldn't think of a single scenario in which she'd not tell me the truth. And that would make it more likely for me to stay alive, unless there's some type of really small quirk here. Okay, so now we're back to this. Why did she have to kill Nono? It has to do with why she was born. The moment I find that out, this will be easier. What do I know about Takaru? Okay. Extremely self-absorbed, at least at the beginning. Cares about being on the right side of information. Has a lot of side effects of being too ingrained in media. What else? Something that I'm forgetting. Man, if I didn't play this like several weeks later, I would be able to do this. What is it? It's something to do with circles. Something to do with inner circle. Okay. So there was some idea that I had that I explained before. It has to do with... Man, this is gonna be rough. Keep going. Maybe I'll be reminded as I go.
本気かよ。僕は。
Texan, I appreciate that, man. Is that what they're doing? Wow, I wasn't expecting that. The thing was they were setting up for it though. Okay, so how do I explain this? So the main character is incredibly fixated on being on the right side of information, and he criticizes people who are unable to analyze and see the context of information because the truth is important, right? But the thing is, the thing in this visual novel that they're doing is that they're breaking down the safety of information and knowledge to combat the unknown, right? And they do that to de-establish multiple common areas where you can use to feel safe. So the police are inept, information is manipulated, and you can't tell if it's true or fake anymore. Characters who you thought were close to you this entire time are no longer the case because a mind controller exists. And what's real and what's fake is no longer able to be determined because hallucinations exist, right? So then you have that weird struggle where you can't fathom what's reality anymore. Okay, so you have that situation. That's what's causing everything to be scary. And now they're doing this, which is something for a very long time I've been thinking about. Okay, so what was the line that made me think about it? I'm sorry, but you know you did it too. You lied too in the end. You lied to protect me. Okay, so then it becomes expanding the morality of a lie to be bigger than just white lie. So what I'm saying is the use of a lie has more nuance, then if it's false, it's wrong. And if it's a white lie, it's okay. There's a little bit more to it than that. And the reason why I've been thinking about this for a long time is because humans lie a lot, right? Every day in our freaking lives, we lie a little bit, right? Whether that's like, I got an A on my final, Dad. In reality, I got an F.
Bullshit! Fuck!
Right? It could be like that. Or it could be, yeah, my dad is employed right now, and he's doing the best he can to support his family, when in reality, he's unemployed, and I'm protecting his own self-image, right? Or I'm lying to myself that I care about my family. You can go that far, right? To protect your own ego and your own thoughts, because how you construct the perspective that you have in the world comes from a lot of factors. Okay, so then why am I thinking about this so much? It has to do with this thing that I'm trying to understand better, which is that the lie is far more important than the truth. And that's something that's hard to defend in certain areas based on our own morality. So the only times I've seen this, Big Fish, FinestKO. And then I'm trying to figure out how to contextualize this with other areas where you have to think about whether to tell the truth or a lie. So I think I was spoiled this, but in Nier Automata, this is one quest where you're supposed to tell the truth or a lie, and you're given the decision to do so. Telling a lie in that scenario would be telling the convenient quote-unquote truth, right? Yeah, you're gonna be fine. And in that situation, because it's survival-based, I think the truth would be more important, even if it makes them unhappy. It's survival-based. You need to live. And I want you to live, so I have to tell you this unfair truth, right? But that's not what I'm talking about here. This is something else. And I'm trying to figure out what this is. Where the lie is far more important than the truth. And that's the hard thing that I haven't fully rationalized in my head yet. So, in Big Fish, this is how it works, okay? The lie is this. The lie is, I was there at your birth. And I was so happy that you were born that okay, that was it. I was there at your birth, and I was really happy that you were born. That's the lie, right? The truth is that he wasn't there. The father wasn't there at his son's birth, and he regretted his entire life. So to make up for the fact that he wasn't there for his son's birth, he creates an elaborate lie that conveys all his emotions that he wanted to convey to his son. To say that, 1, I regret not being there, but 2, this is how much you mean to me. And so the lie becomes something different, which is, it's a strange transformation. It's that, yes, he wasn't there, but the truth is that these lies tell the bigger truth, which is I care so much about you, I'm willing to fabricate absolutely everything about your birth just to show you that I care. That's the nuance there, right? That this scenario where I've lied is more true to who I am than this scenario where I lied and I wasn't there. And that's the situation that I'm trying to figure out right here, right? And FinestKO, if I understand this correctly, the uncovering the lie is far more harmful than letting it rest, right? Where it's the same scenario where if my dad is unemployed and he says to his friend that he hasn't met in years that he's employed, for me to say my dad's lying would be not just tactless, it would ruin so much. Not the same thing exactly in FinestKO, but to uncover the truth is to tarnish absolutely everything that the relationship actually means, right? And so this is where I am with the story right now, and I'm trying to figure out how they're trying to write this, because it's something that I'm incredibly interested in. Okay, so everything they everything they thought to be true ended up being false. You can no longer tell what's true anymore because of several factors. You can't even tell if reality is true. You can't even tell if the people you loved actually cared about you. That's huge. There's so many things going against any sort of safety here. So then the problem is creating any rationalization to defend all these factors. Because if you try to say, I believe in Nono. Nono always cared about me. No, I mind controlled her 3 years ago, and she doesn't give a shit about you. I just made her care about you. You could have done that. You can honestly do that. So things like that, whatever bullshit I can pull out of my ass, could have actually worked, right? So then, this lie part here, being more important than the truth. How does that work? Okay, I don't care if Serica is lying to me. Sure, I don't care if Serica is lying to me. She told me this, which is a lie, because she cares about me, question mark. Okay, let's say she told me this lie, and she doesn't care about me. Okay, let me do this again. I don't care if Serica lied to me, because I believe that Serica cares about me. I don't give a shit if she lied to me here and said, I don't care about you, because I believe that ultimately, am I doing this correctly? Ultimately, she cares. This lie that she gave me is not telling the whole truth. Okay? Let me set it over here. This lie that she gave me is not telling the whole truth. In actuality, she has to tell this lie in order to show that she cares. How's that work? You are... Okay, so you're putting the main lie in the center here. And then you have the outside lie. Okay, so it's a negative, which crosses each other out and makes it a truth. It's like that's what they're doing here. Okay, so then let me keep moving on. I'm really curious about this. How does that work? Have I ever done that before? I'm trying to think of a realistic scenario where I've done this.
何も知らなくていいなんて。そんなのごまかしだよ。
When have I done this? Oh, jeez, man. That's gonna bite at me until I figure this one out. But the more important thing is, how do you convey that? How do you understand it? How do you write it? This is... Why is it important? Yeah, this is primarily the reason why I want to read FinestKO again, so I can understand that concept.
Baka 言わないで。何かっこつけてるんですか。何笑ってるんです。
いや、やっぱりそうだよな。
Okay, so to dumb it down, the question I'm thinking about is, when does a lie tell more of the truth? Okay, I should write that down somewhere so I can remember that. When does the lie tell more than the truth? Okay. I'm gonna tweet that to myself. That's something I need to think about right now. That's an interesting concept too. Okay. Yeah, this is what I do for visual novels. Any concepts I want to understand better, I write them down and then I think about it and I try to find examples of it. Okay, so when does the lie... Got it, okay. Okay, so now that I've done that, all I need to do is move forward, see what the visual novel provides me.
危険すぎます。向こうが何を企んでるのかわからないんですよ。
話を聞きに行くだけだ。多分大丈夫だと思う。
そんな嘘つかないでください。私に嘘が通じないのは分かってるでしょ。
タクルさん。
Yeah, we're pretty freaking deep into the visual novel right now. If you're confused, that's understandable. At this point, I'm just trying to break down anything else that I haven't understood and set it aside or think about it more.
安心してくれ。話を聞きに行くだけっていうのは本当だから。
でもその先は嘘だろう。お前は多分殺される。
久野里さん。
Do you want a recap? I can do my best to explain it. Let's just move on a little bit forward, and then I'll do my best to explain afterwards. Okay, he's going to see Serica to get a full explanation, which is the trap. So if I were the killer, I would make Serica say that, and then bring him over, and then kill him.
お前は喧嘩すらしたことがない。違うか？
はい。でも。
クルス先輩はそんなこと絶対に望んでない。
え？
ウキから手紙のこと聞いたんです。
そっか。
クルス先輩の気持ち踏みにじるんですか？
そうだな。あいつきっと怒ると思うけど。でも僕は行くよ。
なんでそんな。
ごめん。ウキとユウトのこと頼むな。
知りません。先輩は長男でしょ。ちゃんと帰ってきて自分でお兄ちゃんをやってください。
うん。
What? Maybe she's secretly an assassin.
お前まだいたのか。
the most secretive of them all. What if she was the mind controller all along? You gave me 3? Are you telling me to pick one or pick them all?
最後まで付き合わせて悪いな。ウキたちのことを見送ってやってくれ。そうしたら気をつけて帰れよ。
うん。タクル兄ちゃん。
行ってくる。後で必ずユウトたちと合流するから。
ってらっしゃい。待ってますから。
あ
ずっと待ってますから。
あ、
僕も待ってる。ずっと。
Hey guys, I'll gift everyone Doki Doki Literature Club.
Bullshit!
あ。じゃあ行ってくる。
Nah, I'll play Doki Doki later on this week, actually. I need to. It's work related, interestingly enough. I won't stream it, though, unfortunately. Excuse me. You know, sorry, give me a moment. I'm gonna grab some water. I know things are kind of slow, but I'm trying to get back into the groove of things. It took a long time to get prepped for this again, because I had to remember all the things I missed out. It's been like 1 or 2 weeks, right? It feels like that long. Yeah, so there's no requirement for me to stream it, at least.
Miyashiro. スマホは持っているな。
持ってますけど。
何でもいい。もし委員会の情報を手に入れたらすぐに連絡しろ。尾上からはお前を渋谷から脱出させるよう言われている。それを承諾したのは能力者を渋谷から出せば委員会に近づけるという。
はい。
かといってお前自身がそれに逆らう決断をするのならそれを止める義理はない。別にお前にこだわる必要はないんだからな。
ねえ、そうですね。
だからお前のことは待たないぞ。
Man, you are cold towards the end.
構いません。分かってますから。
I'm really curious about her too. There's still so much unanswered. But, you know, I still got like, what, 14 plus hours left?
何か。
お前のさっきの話だがな。それが事実だとするなら。
何ですか？何か思い当たることでも？
いや。
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. Okay.
どのみちお前が確かめるべきことだ。せいぜい悔いのないようにするんだな。なんだ。
いえ、その。 どうせならケイさんの締めの一言でお願いします。リスナーだったんです。
ふざけるな。情報操作の放送以外であんな八方美人な人間を演じるのはごめんだ。とっとと行け。どうしても聞きたいなら次の放送まで待つんだな。
What? Scott likes that character? Time to switch.
なんだ、人の顔をじっと見て。
久野里さんは何の能力を持ってるんですか？
なんだと？
だって見たんですよ、久野里さんの部屋で。
何をだ？
The D sword.
ディソードです。あれは久野里さんのものでしょう。
は？お前、本当に真のギガロマニアックスなのか？本物と偽物の区別もつかないとはな。
偽物？
Yeah, we were joking about the D sword for the longest time. God.
あれはただのレプリカだ。研究用のな。6年前の資料を取り寄せて、アメリカの私の研究室が作った。ばらつきがあるにしろ、ディラックの海とのパイプが、なぜ剣という形を取るのか。その解明をしようとしたが、無駄だった。あんなもの、邪魔になって仕方ないが、まあ、物干し代わりに使っている。ああ、そうだ。お前の同級生、伊藤だったか。あいつはなんとか助かりそうだぞ。忘れてるようだが、それと引き換えに、お前は私の実験台になると誓った。その約束、戻ってきて、ちゃんと果たせよ。
You figured what out? Did you buy something? Ah, which reminds me, I still need to find a gigantic ass hard drive, internal hard drive. I didn't find any sales on Cyber Monday.
静かだな。
はい。
Also on that note, I'm still thinking about that fucking LCD. There's this computer case with an LCD screen that you can use to display anime on the side. Out of all the things, I want that.
Just do it quick.
Oh man, why? I had to hold back and purchase this so many times, man. It makes sense how they do it, too. They essentially lob on a monitor onto your computer case and add, like, lights inside your case. And then it connects to the DVI port. and then you move something over to the monitor right there. That's it. That's all it is.
Ch, まただ。頭を下げろ。
Okay, so we still haven't had that cult army activate anything, but they are making tons of noise, in their heads at least. So that might have been for Serica, but I think that group of the cultists are there for something else. That said, let me just grab another drink. Right there.
はい。
The charge I'm looking at is actually earlier this month when I got something else and they bundled it. Oh, okay. Out of curiosity, what did you guys buy for this entire weekend of crazy amounts of spending?
ギリギリ。というか、28分には間に合わんかもしれないぞ。
いえ、送っていただくだけでありがたいです。
Samsung 50-inch 128Hz 4K television. Oh, that's pretty nice. I am Setsuna Horizon Zero Dawn, Yakuza 0, Xenoblade 2. Okay, alright, that's good. I'm glad we've all got things that we wanted at least.
時間を過ぎれば、佐久間と鉢合わせする可能性は高くなる。それでも、行くんだな。
So, like, I got the entirety of every single Monogatari light novel that was localized in the States for a pretty good price. And I got Koi no Katachi, every single manga. I was really happy about that too. Just like super nerdy things. I got clothing, a power supply, a very, very cheap ass case, and DDR4 RAM that I might need to return.
はい。
But overall, nothing too expensive. I was really happy about everything that I bought. Honestly, if I could, I would buy that computer case with an LCD monitor, and I wouldn't regret it. I would stick every single anime picture that I owned onto that LCD.
警察官としては最悪の行為だ。命の危険があるところに未成年を送り届けるなんてな。佐久間がシアターキューブにいるのなら一緒に乗り込んで拘束したいくらいだ。だが今の俺では佐久間の犯行を何も証明できない。
Fuck that. Take one for the team. Hell, shoot him.
上層部にも圧力がかかっている。まるで安物の刑事ドラマだな。
委員会っていうのはそんなに強い権力を持ってるんですか？
詳しいことはほとんど誰も知らない。いや、知った者は闇に葬られてきた。
You bought a gaming laptop? Oh, okay, cool. I hope that was a good deal.
昼間言ってた新庄さんの先輩もですか？
He ignored me? Ah, okay.
よしろ！
なんだ？
どうした？もう終わっちまうぞ。
ヘタレのレッテル貼られんぞ。宮代拓出てこいや。
酔っ払いか。
情弱か。
久野里さんもたまにそう言うな。情弱、情報弱者の略だったか。
ええ。彼らは知らないし、知ろうとしないんです。自分たちが煽ってる相手のことも、その相手がどんな気持ちなのかも。
君は会った時から知るという行為にこだわっていたな。ラブホテルの事件の時だ。君たちが勝手に現場に入り込んでいた。
How the fuck did you know I was thinking that? Was it obvious? Ever since I first met you, I could tell. I guess.
あ。
これから尾上に会おうとしているのも何かを知るためなんだろう。
はい。
We're talking about overall. I was considering buying a Switch, but honestly, I couldn't justify the purchase just for Xenoblade and Fire Emblem Heroes, Warriors, sorry.
そうか。言ってみれば、自分のことを知るためなんだ。
先輩もそんな人だったよ。
え？
とにかく知ろうとすることに対して貪欲な人だった。そのためなら世間の常識も警察の理屈も関係ない。よく百瀬さんに怒られていたらしい。突っ走りすぎだって。
そうだったんですか。
そして先輩は突っ走りすぎた。先輩の最後を俺はよく知らない。ただ先輩は満足だったろう。少なくとも後悔はしていないはずだ。でもな、だからといって先輩の死を認めるわけにはいかない。俺は先輩に追いつけなかったし、止めることもできなかった。俺は悔しいんだ。クルス・ノノさんがここにいればきっと同じように感じるはずだよ、君のこと。
Okay, so how do I get out of this situation? Okay, so what are my powers? Power 1, I created Serica. Is there anything stopping me from creating something else? I don't know if that's possible. That would be like bullshit shonen powers. The other one is I have the power to make things float. I think that's pretty much confirmed at this point. Okay. Yeah, unless somehow I can create other people, this is not going to be easy. So the reason why he's so scared right now is because the killer made an ultimatum, sort of. 10:30 he will die. Takuru, the main character. And we don't know what Serika's doing either.
何ですかってこれ。
皮肉な話だが手近にこれしかなかった。
いえ、ありがとうございます。
What is this?
すまないな。俺はここまでだ。浮君たちをそろそろ。
分かってます。急いで彼女たちを秋葉へお願いします。
Oh, so if you were interested in getting Darkest Dungeon, Root Double, or any of the games I played on Steam, a lot of them are on sale right now.
送り届けたら俺はすぐに戻ってくる。死ぬなよ。
はい。
I have a mask on. Do we know what it looks like? Oh, and here we are. Oh, a wave of nostalgia? This is where I'd come with the rest of Alba Dorm. Up the stairs into the theater. Okay.
脅かすなよ。くそ。
You're nervous. Oh, man.
Oh. なんだまさか。そうだ。
You know, that was really smart. That's because how the Esper power works. You have to be close enough to someone to share the delusion. So since he couldn't do it, then there's no one close enough for that to happen.
よし。
Man, I wish I brought a bunch of like Skittles with me or something. Fuck, man, I know how that feels. It's only been 2.5 years. How about me? What was the last event that I have firmly in my memory? How about Danganronpa 1? How long ago was that? I can still remember it pretty closely in my mind. My guess is... Oh god. I don't want to know. Hey, Serica. It's been a while.
お前。
なぜここにいる？
父さんは
死んだよ。
え？
舞台裏に頭だけ転がっている。半分潰れていて分かりにくいがな。
That's pretty impressive, but I don't know how you did that. Or if that really happened.
お前が殺したのか？
それで、なぜここにいるんだ？久野里美桜たちはどうした？
Okay, so hang on. Something's very wrong here. You're not hurt? Why did you make that call? And why were you gasping at that point? I definitely don't believe it.
Oh, お前、どうして電話であんなこと言ったんだよ。僕に何を望まれて生まれてきたんだよ。
Nah, Saber. I trust Serica. Not right now, though. But I did in the past. Yeah. Okay, so maybe she did get mind controlled. We'll see how this works.
お前は久野里美桜たちと逃げるべきだったんだ。宮代拓。
お前？
Okay, we'll figure this one out.
なんで。
出遅れだった。私が委員会を甘く見ていた。佐久間に代わる人間がもう私に接触してきた。すでに逃げ場はない。お前を生かし続けることはできない。お前をこれまでの事件の被害者のようにはさせたくないんだ。
I can't keep you alive. I don't want you to end up like the other victims. I wonder if there's a nuance on living and alive. Sorry, what? Whoa, hang on. I couldn't feel my left leg anymore, but I couldn't stop looking at Serika. I wasn't sure. Were there any important blood vessels around the calves? Is she striking me at non-lethal points? On purpose? One was a shoulder, right? Left leg. Calves.
私もすぐに行く。向こうで話そう。
Serika, no! What's that sound? It's like a cracking, but a very metallic cracking. Ow! You know, I was kind of wondering about this for a while, because he's been increasingly getting more aggressive, and he's shown that he's wanted to kill people, which was something I was really concerned about, because doing so would defeat the purpose of what he would want in the future. Now I'm still thinking about that wish. Wow, the echo. Also, this overlay again. And the grainy filter. Maybe the third time? The only other time I remember was when Serika was doing her stitches. There was a grainy filter. It was like I was watching myself on top of Serika from a distance, so disassociation of the body. Wow. Yeah, so I dug my fingers essentially into her stomach because that's where she had to patch herself up, and then I choked her to death. Assuming this is real, but I'm not sure I can argue for it being fake yet. And we're really close to the end of the common route. But there's a lot of like visual indicators. The graining filter, the decrease in vision with the blood overlay, and they do a lot of visual mechanics in this game to give the player an indication of when something is real or fake. But as you go deeper into the game, figuring that out becomes way harder. But the way I see it, in terms of how this is developing, most likely we're not going to find much of a good end. And then I held back on saying this, but my guess is when we're done with this common route, we need to go back to the beginning, and those choices that we had with perception are how we're going to influence the truth. It's going to be like lying to ourselves to make the truth real. Or, what I was thinking about earlier, remember? Lying to ourselves to make the lie more important than the truth. And that's part of the mechanics of this story. Okay, so the question now is, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Do I believe Serica killed my dad? Okay, if that happened, why is this happening? Do I believe Serica didn't kill my dad? In which case, is the killer mind controlling me? How about... is it distance related? Maybe he has a farther distance than I do. That's a possibility too, but something's happening to me right now. Something that's causing me to go insane. No visual indicators though? I didn't see a sticker there. Something triggered. What was the mask I was wearing? Because I was curious about that the entire time. Like, what if the detective freaking gave me a sticker mask? In which case I was fucked.
ひでえやつだな。そんな男に育てた覚えはねえぞ。
It said it was a sumo sticker mask, I thought. I definitely did not see that. But he apologized that it had to be that mask. And I thought to myself, why would you apologize about this? And I thought to myself, maybe it was a sumo sticker mask. In which case, it's not too risky to wear. I wouldn't try it. Wow, you look like a dork. Okay. You started unrolling it, but stopped once you realized what it was. Okay.
尾上。
こいつは妄想のお前に殺されそうになっても一切抵抗しなかったぞ。いじらしいじゃないか。
Captain Barbosa, you came at the most awkward time. We're near the end of the common route, and this is probably the final-ish scene.
Masaka, 劇場に入った時にはもう。
Yeah, it could have been.
「あのままこの子に殺されてりゃお前のここも壊れてたはずなんだがな。逆に殺しちまうってのはどうだよ、タクル。女に手を挙げる男はモテねえぞ。
なんだあの機械。
Yeah, what is that thing? You're a Ghostbuster, Dad?
何を背負ってるんだ。そうか。
これまでの研究によれば、脳がまだ発達段階で活発に活動している若い人間、その中でも脳への負荷が非常に高い事象を経験した者だけに能力の発現が見られる。
ああ、これか。すげえだろ。俺たちの研究成果の一つさ。俺みたいな普通の人間でもギガロマニアックスと似たような能力が持てる。こいつはある装置の端末でな。その装置ってのは以前ここにあったんだが、ちょっとトラブっちまって、おかげであの地震だ。ひでえ目にあった。そのせいで俺らもリストラされちまうしよ。金もね、人もいねえで組み立て直すのに6年もかかっちまった。委員会のバカどもが。まあいい、お前のことを何とかすりゃまた研究に戻れるからな。正直ちょっと焦ったぜ。あのようなやつ一人でここへ来やがったからよ。お前が来なきゃ話にならねえし、めんどくせえことになったと思ってたんだが。
You poked her with the D sword?
Bullshit!
ん？死んでるぞ。当然だろう。思考誘導をかけられて妄想の中で戦わされてるって気づいたんだな、こいつ。最後ディソードを引っ込めてお前に殺される瞬間まで抵抗一つしなかった。どこまでお前のことが大事なんだか。
やめろ。
それにしてもお前すごかったな。 ノノを殺された恨みに取りつかれてるからよ。それをちっとブーストしてやったんだ。そしたら情けも容赦もなくぶっ殺したもんな。お前もどこまでノノが大事なんだか。
何考えてんだよ。
ああ
Oh, Smack Dave, how did the surgery go? Are you okay, man? I mean, you're joking about that, Dr. Zero, but I actually want to go to Canada Cup.
ユウトとウキはいなくなったあんたのことを心配してる。
お、なんだお前まだあいつらに言ってなかったのかよ。
ユイだってずっとあんたを信頼してた。それに
きっかけはタクルのリハビリの手伝いをしていた時に父さんに言われた言葉。独学なのにやるじゃないか、なかなかだぞという一言でした。
Okay, I wish you the best of luck, man.
きっと父親というのはそういうものなんでしょう。父さんが作った家のルール、私は好きでした。
Yeah, I would like to, but I don't see any way to make the characters with the customizations they have right now.
くれぐれも飲みすぎには注意してください。
信じてたんだ。大切な家族だって。なのに何考えてんだよ。
タクルよ、お前なんか楽しいことってあるか？
はあ？
なんかあんだろう、面白いと思うこと。それがなきゃに
なんでユイを殺した？ノノを殺した？
ユイをやったのはお前の友達だし、ノノをやったのはこいつだろうがよ。
うるさい！
おお、怖え。
あんたどうしてこんなことできるんだ？おかしいだろ。
何怒るなって、今言ったろ。楽しまなきゃダメだ。俺はな、お前に期待してたんだよ。人間一人リアルブートしちまうくらいぶっ壊れてたからな。どこまでいけるか、どこまで狂えるか楽しみにしてた。
ああ？
お前みてえなギガロマニアックスが好きなことを好きなだけやるようになったら本当にすげえんだぜ。この世界すらめちゃくちゃにできちまう。面白え、たまんねえ。それを観測して計算して理論を組んでまた実験して、そのループの先にどんなもんが現れるのか俺は見てみてえな。ワクワクしねえかタクル。
Loop?
とにかくよ、どんな時でも自分が面白いと思うことに従っとけ。これは父親代わりの人生訓ってやつだ。
父親だと？あんたなんか父親じゃない！
とにかくな、俺にとっちゃギガロマニアックス研究は最高だ。こんなに楽しいこと他に存在しねえ。 これがお前の質問への答えだ。
そんな。ユイやノノや伊藤たちをあんな目に遭わせたの、それだけのために。
You know, it was kind of funky. Someone brought this up in the chat a long time ago. If he worked in the underground human experiments lab, why doesn't Uki know him? Unless he was such a small person, but he's not. He's not a small person. So did he never show himself? Wouldn't Uki know? Is that gonna come into later, or is it just like, do we accept the fact that for some reason she doesn't know him? I mean, it's possible.
だから、何回言ったらわかんだよ。面白いだろ、その方が。
They did ask Uki earlier. Oh, what did Uki say? It's been a while.
お前
They thought about asking her, but didn't want to break it to her that Sakamo is evil. Okay, so we don't have an answer for that yet. They hand-waved as he was one of the main researchers and not even head one. Yeah, I pretty much... I made that explanation for myself to explain why Uki wouldn't know that Dad was a researcher. But the more I keep listening to the dad, the more it sounds like he was a top researcher. Uki's medical chart listed someone else as head researcher. Okay, I guess that could be an explanation, so. Wow. Context. Dad's muscles bulged like thick ropes as he swung his giant D-sword down at me. No, roaster. Alright, let me just focus on the scene for now. We're near the end, so they're probably going to give me extra information.
おいおい、お前の腕力で俺とチャンバラする気か？ま、たまには息子と遊んでやるか。娘ばっかり相手にしてちゃかわいそうだしな。ほら、こっちに来いよ。観客がしたい一つってのは物足りないけどな。
Well, the dad, who we believe is a researcher at the Human Experiments Lab, wanted to continue doing experiments, and he was curious about Takuru, who he took into the orphanage. because he knew about his powers. And conveniently, almost everyone at the orphanage had powers. I don't really read the "let me see the MC go evil and destroy the universe" plot. It was just like, I enjoy experimenting on people. Let's see where this guy goes. But I don't know. I still don't have complete confirmation that the dad is actually the true culprit behind everything, and we still have a lot of things unanswered. I'm still waiting for like things to solidify. We'll figure how things go.
どうした?早く舞台に上がれ。客が退屈してるぞ。
Also, if he has mind control powers, why would you even risk this? I mean, I know he's kind of a narcissistic prick, but if I were him, I wouldn't even risk this. Mind control Takeru, go kill yourself. Done. I don't need this. I'll get my power trip later. I'll get my power trip by turning Daigo into a Fang player.
おお、主役っぽいぞ、タクル。それでいい。
Man, low blow. Capcom has ruined that character multiple times. I don't even know he's gonna be good in AE.
あいつがあのままの姿勢でディソードを使うなら。
Well, I mean, they did give him a 3-frame normal, though. That's kind of important. Well, am I on drugs today?
Huh? 学校の屋上？くそ！なんでだよ、チキショウ！
Okay, so let's say this is... Okay, so now I'm thinking, how would I be able to explain this without mind control? I don't know, someone could be watching that isn't the dad.
何？のんちゃん、話って。
Well, we'll see where this goes. At this point, there's no way I can confirm.
白々しいわね。あなたなら聞かなくても わかるんでしょ、セリカ。
We're seeing this event again?
生きてたものか。いや、違う。
分かっていたんだな、クルスノノ。
Okay, well, honestly, the very first thing I would do is run and drop kick one of them. And if I could drop kick one of them, one, I'd be surprised. And if I didn't, then yeah, get out of here.
ええ。
やめろ、尾上。
なら、こうなることも分かっていただろう。
タクルのことも殺すつもり？
それはない。あいつのことは私が生かし続ける。それが私の存在理由だ。
信じられないわ。だから私はあなたを止める。この命を使ってでも。
そう言うと思った。だからお前は邪魔なんだ。
やめろ！どうして
見込み違いだったな。お前の思考は丸見えだ。まだ私に友情を期待しているとはな。
やめろ！やめろ！
私の中に友情など存在しない。
タクル、ごめんね。
What is happening here? Is there any particular reason he has to show me this? Maybe this is how it works. That when you get mind controlled, you just see the things that you hate the most repeatedly. That's a really funky way of doing it. Yeah, he mentioned the loop. The dad mentioned the loop before. And, well, we'll see how the scene goes again. If it's the exact same scene, that would be funky. Or are we going backwards in time? Or are we all being mind controlled and for some reason he's trying to show me these scenes specifically for some reason? Or, like, what is it, you know?
何のんちゃん、話って。
It's the exact same scene again. Okay. We're gonna be looping this scene forever?
白々しいわね。あなたなら聞かなくてもわかるんでしょ、セリカ。
He said he needed me. Specifically, he needed me. Why? You want me to keep conjuring up people? Okay, so take a step back. Let's say I'm the killer. I need Takaru. Why is that? Okay. Take a step back again. I'm the committee. I want to kill that guy over there. The guy who has mind control powers, because fuck him. How would I kill him? Well, I mean, if I can create a bunch of robots, I would do that. I'll kill him that way. We have the funds, don't we? Can we send a bomb? Can we bomb the freaking place where he is? Does that work? No? Okay, let's go. Fine. That's gone then. No robots either. So I'm going to send a bunch of people to kill him. And I'm going to remote control explosives to their vests. Sure, I'll do that. Go kill him. Shoot him down. And if... I also strap cameras to them too. I'll do that. Cameras, explosives to their vests, and they have guns to kill him. Okay. How does he stop that? You mind control him? Bam. Explosion. Done. Are we just done? How do you stop that? Okay, so me. That's me trying to kill the mind controller. Now I'm the mind controller. How do I stop that? Do I really need Takaru for this? Sure. I need Takaru then. Why? I need him because I need a force to work for me. Sure. So the committee wants to kill me. That is one of the possibilities. They don't want to work with me. I need some help to stop them. If I get Takaru mind controlled, I can use his powers. Ah, so every single time I mind control someone, I'm taking their powers, essentially. So I need him to activate his ability. So I'm going to mind control him and run this scene as long as it needs to play. Forever. Until he finally activates his very first ability. Can't we just force him to a chair and have him watch, like, The Room or some shit?
Bullshit! 分かっていたんだな、クルスノノ。
Yeah, it's true. Like, if he has the ability to have multiple powers, what's stopping him from having more than 2? Why not 3? Why not 4, right?
ええ。
Wasn't it much easier to create the condition for this to happen without all the previous story that led to it? I need Takaru to go crazy. Why didn't I do that earlier? I don't know, I'm still trying to kill all the espers.
なら、こうなることも分かっていただろう。
タクルのことも殺すつもり？
それはない。あいつのことは私が生かし続ける。そ
Technically
れが
that works
私の
too, I
存在
guess.
理由だ。
信じられないわ。だから私はあなたを止める。この犬。
そう言うと思った。だからお前は邪魔なんだ。
いや、そうじゃない。
I wonder if he can even close his eyes. Is he forced to watch this with his body facing them?
見込み違いだったな。お前の思考は丸見えだ。まだ私に友情を期待しているとはな。
He can look away? He tried to look away. Okay.
タクル、どうしてそこにいるの？
What? Okay, so obviously this is doing mental damage. And No, talk to me for a second. Is she gonna talk to me again? Okay, so how would I fix this? If I'm the main character, and I have the possibility of having multiple powers, wouldn't I just be shoving, I forgot what the term is. For now, I think it's called negative energy. Wouldn't I just be shoving negative energy into the atmosphere repeatedly? Like over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I'll just roll the dice repeatedly. What would I be rolling? I would be rolling for the construction of different identities. Okay. So what would that do for me? Wouldn't that be helping out the fucking mind control person, though? I would have to roll for an identity that I can create that has some influence that I can control, but that person can't. So it'd have to be programmed so hard into the person that you can't mind control them otherwise. I'm not sure how that would work. Maybe. I mean, I can make any fucking thing I want if I could access negative energy repeatedly, right? And I had the power to believe and force it into reality. So what's stopping me from doing that? No, really, what's stopping me from doing that? Shove negative energy into the air. I want to create someone who can't be mind controlled, but is programmed to do what I want. Bam, go. Is that possible? Because how it works is you have to have someone else there. And there is someone else there. Assuming this is not real, and I'm still on the stage with my dad, then there is someone there, right? So I shove it into the air, and this is my reality. This is the thing I'm trying to create right here. And he's trying to shove something into the air as well, which is, here's the mind control. We could fake it, couldn't we? I mean, he can't read your fucking mind. There. Hey, buddy, I made... I'm under your control. I made another Serica. I made another Serica. She's under your control. Stab him. Done. Right? Isn't that it? Are we done? But, So then the problem is, how do you break out of this? How would I do it? I have a certain amount of time, and we're getting messed up right now. I mean, it depends on how much time. Like, if I get, like, infinite amount of time, I'll start, like, building up other things, like resistance to mind control. Why not? I guess the question is, will this person break before that? Will I break before that? How about that? I'm seeing someone I love get killed multiple times. Yeah, I can see that breaking me. So I'd have to pretty much use this time as soon as possible to change disillusion into something that I can control. And once I control that, the question is, how do I move forward? There was no way I could change the past. But what if you can? Wouldn't that solve everything? Yeah, why not? Yeah, no, why not? What if I can control the past? Wouldn't I just go backwards? Wouldn't that be the solution?
何のんちゃん、話って。
We're really stepping over our bounds here, though. But I mean, if I can go past, onto the past, how would that work? I would pretty much need to shove negative energy into the air, and then force my dad to believe we're going into the past. In which case, he wouldn't be doing the same thing that he is right now, and I'm going into the past. Okay. So then we'd be shoving things into the air, forcing reality to change.
白々しいわね。あなたなら聞かなくてもわかるんでしょ、セリカ。
Huh. That's a really forceful way of bringing us back to the beginning of the game. Okay, let's see where this goes.
Okay,
so I'm slowly getting more control.
まだ私に友情を期待しているとはな。私の中に友情など存在しない。
タクル、どうして助けてくれないの？のんちゃん、白々しいわね。あなたなら聞かなくてもわかるんでしょ、セリカ。
Wait, Nono's in front of me? As in, like, we actually moved space, or what?
なぜ答えてくれないの
Not like literally in front of you, right? Just. You. Okay, never mind. I'm wondering if if every loop of this, something is changing. I mean, we can kind of control ourselves now.
Oh, that's
a big change.
なぜユイを助けてくれなかったの？なぜ事件を追いかけたりしたの？お前のせいだ。
Man, I wonder how much fun it was to record this character's lines. He makes so many grunts, so many, like, sounds from his throat, like shit like that. He really did a good job in this role. I'm serious. This is freaking Kirito, by the way.
おいおい、そこで殻に閉じこもるなよ。罪の意識だけで立ち止まるお前なんざ、もう見飽きてんだ。しょうがねえな。なら、立ち止まれないようにするしかねえか。
Playing a horror game during the holidays? Technically, from what I've read, this isn't considered a horror game, but it borrows horror game elements.
ウッドバーンヘロンは知ってるか？じゃあ、また1ヶ月後にな。楽しく壊れろよ。
He's gonna do this for a fucking month? We have a month to work on this? I mean, I'm not sure if I can believe him, but the problem is, if he's not with me, how can I influence the negative energy in the air? That's the problem. It would depend on the range of having someone far away. I'm not sure I could build up to that. Well, we'll see how this works. Yeah, he thinks saying Doki Doki Literature Club is like a horror would be a spoiler. In which case, yeah, it would be, but I've already anticipated that, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it would be considered a spoiler if I didn't know anything about it. I mean, it might not even be a horror. I could be completely wrong, but I really doubt that. It has, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm gonna read it on my own anyway. At this point, it doesn't really matter. Okay. What did he just say? Would burn hair? What the fuck? I thought someone was joking about that. Would burn heron? As in Alexander would burn heron? I'm seeing a lot of things about isolation of the mind here, which is actually pretty relevant to what we're seeing. This might not be him. Let me take a look at this. Scientific American? Neuroscience, evolution, health, chemistry, physics, technology. Maybe. The pathology of boredom. That seems relevant. Keep going. The game will explain itself to me. But if the things I'm finding here are connected to that, it makes sense. Heron's sensory deprivation experiment. He would put subjects in a sound-treated room that was completely silent, then blindfolded them so they couldn't see it, then tied them up with a straitjacket, kept as exactly their body temperature to take away their sense of touch. Except for eating simple meals and defecating, they were kept on a bed at all times. The experiment he'd done is not ethical. This must have been done... Sorry, hang on. What year? Heron's sensory deprivation experiment. It'll explain itself to me, but I'm really curious. I'm not sure I pronounce that freaking name. Heron? Sensory deprivation experiment. This was done... When was this done? Okay, sensory deprivation or perceptual isolation is a deliberate reduction or removal of stimuli from one or more senses. Yeah, we got that already. Simple devices such as blindfolds or hoods and earmuffs can cut off sight, hearing, while more complex devices can also cut off the sense of smell, touch, taste, thermal perception, and gravity. I mean, I know this is how you would do certain classical torture devices too. Where is this? Sensory deprivation techniques were developed by some of the armed forces within NATO as a means of interrogating prisoners. Oh, hey, there we go. Within international treaty obligations. The European Court of Human Rights ruled that the use of 5 techniques by the British security forces in Northern Ireland amounted to a practice of inhumane and degrading treatment. Okay, yeah, I definitely get that. Where are we here? So control find this right away. The pathology of boredom. Yeah, it is. Wow. So that's the experiment. Okay. So the question simply is, when was this? If I am reading this correctly, 1957. Would that be... So the Stanford... When was the Stanford experiment again? Let me double check that. Because I know that's ruled in... You can't do that anymore. Stanford prison experiment was done... 1971. So this definitely would have been a time in which you can get away with that. Was it Stanford? You can't do that anymore, I'm pretty sure. Okay, how about the other one, which was when you were strapped up to a machine and you're causing people pain, which I forgot what that was. That was definitely during a time which you could not do it anymore. Yeah, but I'm pretty damn sure you cannot do this anymore. 1957? Fucking no way. Okay, regardless, you shouldn't be able to do this anymore. Okay. I mean, I haven't looked at the Steam page. And everyone considers a spoiler in a different manner. Like, I'm not so worried about it because, like I said, I anticipated a lot of things about Doki Doki Literature Club. If anything honestly comes as a surprise, I'll let you know after I read it. But I read more VNs than the average person, so it's become a little harder to do like legitimate surprises. But when it happens, it's nice. I'll admit. And when Kimi to Kanojo no Koi first came out, I was, wow! I was so happy that they did something like that. It was something I was always thinking about too. Like, how do you make choices actually matter again? You know? I had to do it to myself too. Like, I couldn't just cheat everything, like spam every single choice, and then get the right answer by process of elimination. No, right? I had to do other things to make choices matter. That's why Danganronpa mattered to me, because choices suddenly mattered. Me fucking up meant something. It was kind of nice, but I didn't just want that, like the threat of like freaking pain. to make choices matter. I wanted something more emotional, and that's what Kime to Kanacho no Koe, freaking that's a long ass name, did. Now I didn't do everything perfectly, but the concept was really beautiful. I'm hoping to see something more like that in Doki Doki Literature Club, which I know I will, but the question is it innovate enough? I'm curious about that too. Even if it doesn't, it doesn't have to innovate. It would have to give a different take. I think that would be the correct answer that I'm looking for. At least that. God. This would be boring. I guess that's the point, though, isn't it? There's been arguments, though, that boredom is important to your life because boredom makes you want to do something, and that want to do something is what can create things. As simple as that, really. That's all it is. When I'm bored, I definitely want to do something. Let me read a book, or freaking stream, or write something, anything. Yeah, but this is a situation where you're bored and you can't do anything. So I guess I would just be imagining stories in my head for a month. That would be fucking insane. I mean, if you want to make this a torture device, all you gotta do is just, like, have water drip on their face or something. Technically, this is already torture enough. It's a fucking month, dude. Who can last a month of nothing? Hmm.
数えるのやめてしまうの？ここから出してあげる。父さんのこと殺してきてあげる。言ってきた。でもダメ。私一人じゃ無理だった。私たち手伝いましょうか？うん。女子高生の力をなめるなよ。アディオスグラッシャー。どうしたの？タクル兄ちゃん。まさか一人じゃ寂しいとか言うんじゃないでしょうね。勘弁してよ。
どうした？佐久間はどこにいるんだよ。それがわかんねえと殺しに行けねえだろ。
This isn't working well.
さっさと言え。時間の無駄だ。
I mean, that's the thing, though. You were going into this with no easy answer. I wonder where we're gonna go now, though. Oh boy.
タクルさん、ウッドバーンヘロンって知ってますか？
Yeah, I actually looked it up.
殺してあげる。なぜ？どうして？痛みなんて感じてないじゃない。タクル、あなた、本当にそこにいるの
？Wow, this is pretty gruesome.
なぜ
？3 years of blood made a clopping noise, please. That's terrible. Oh shit, now I feel bad. What was Nono's last name? Was it Kurusu? Well, fuck. Even I'm forgetting. Kurusu. Hana something was her last name. I don't remember her last name anyway. Kurusu. Good. I can still remember Nono. I can never remember Hana's last name. I think it's Konami or something. Kazuki, son of a
わ
bitch.
からないの？ひどい先輩っすね。
It's fine. I never remember her name anyway.
いつまでそんなことをしてるんですか？私の方がずっと痛かったんだけど。
助けて。助けて。
Your ears? What happened? Is it the screeching sound? I mean, that was the game.
タク？タク？大丈夫？
え？
怪我は、平気だね。
Huh? Was there really a loud sound? Because I'm wearing essentially headphones. I have a headset on. What was it? Must have been the screeching sound that came from the game. What else would it be?
お前、お前、なんでここに？
お？私はいつもタクの隣にいるよ。
あ。そうだ。僕が。
Well, technically this makes sense. She's an extension of me. She's a figment of my imagination made real. So why can't she be with me, right? I mean, it works. I'm okay with it. Hell, this can help me.
僕のただの妄想か。
昔みたいだね。で、どう？
何が？
思考誘導、どんな感じ？
Kinda sucks.
なかなかだよ。
そう？結構居心地良さそうだけど、お腹も空かないんでしょ？
お前な、一度こうなってみろよ。体を動かせないのがどんなに辛いか。
そりゃ私は耐えられそうにないけど、タクはリハビリの時に経験済みじ
あの時は動かそうとするたびにちゃんと痛みが走った。動いてなくても動かしてるっていう実感があったんだよ。
そういうもの？
これ、向こうはどうなってる？
向こう？
現実だよ。つまりシアターキューブにいる僕だ。思考誘導を受けて多分倒れてるだろう。
それはないんじゃないかな。だってタクちゃんと話してるし、生きてるってことでしょ？
そうだけど。
情報をまとめて理屈で考えろっていつも言ってるのはタクだよ。こっちと向こうの時間が違うとか？ひなちゃんたちはどうしたの？
ひなちゃん。新庄さんたちと一緒に渋谷を抜け出したと思う。
たちって誰？ウキちゃんとゆうとくんと
久野里さん。
あれれ、はなちゃんは？
あいつは事件と直接関係ないから渋谷に残ってると思う。
そっか。
Well, at least she's helping me remember.
わかんないよ。ポケコン持ってくればよかったかな。何？
お前、昔は僕の妄想でどこにもいなかったんだな。
バレちゃったか。
他の人からはどう見えてたんだ？
どうって見たまんまだと思うけど。でもさ、私とタクが一緒にいるところなんてそんなに見られてないよ。タクの両親くらいじゃない？あと病院の地下でセンリちゃんにか。あれは失敗したな。そのせいで私のんちゃんにバレちゃったんだよね。
言ってくれればよかったのに。
そういうわけにはいかないよ。
でもあの時はどうだったんだ？渋谷地震。
ああ。よくわかんないけど、でもちょっと変くらいにしか見えてなかったと思うよ。ほら、私は気を失ってたからあんまり話してないし。あんな状況じゃタクが独り言を言ってるとか歩いてる姿勢がおかしいとか別に誰も。タク？
え？
どうしたの？
いや、お前を生み出した時、僕はお前に何を望んだんだろ
う。それはね、わかんないよ。
Okay.
だって今の私はタクの知ってることしか知らないもん。 向こうの彼女しか知らないことだもん。
僕は向こうの尾上を殺したんだぞ。だけど尾上は違った。
別に気にすることないよ。私、ここにいられて楽しいもん。タクが呼んでくれなかったら話すこともできなかったし。
ごめん。ごめんな。本当に。ごめん。
タク。タクはね、それでも私を許しちゃいけないんだよ。
え？
私、のんちゃんを殺しちゃったんだから。そうでしょ？
でも、その理由が僕のせいかもしれないんだ。
けど、私は死んじゃったから、聞くことはできないでしょ？じゃあさ、タクはどうしたいの？
I'm not sure this is the way we should go, but okay. Well, this wouldn't be a memory. Uki being here at this correct time, I don't think that would work. That's like, technically, Uki was alive with the two siblings back there. I don't recall this. It's more like we're creating the situation. Yeah, I don't think this is actually a past event. We're just making it happen.
それで、いいの？
You know, Saber, I think I've forgotten. Why don't you like Serica again? I remember making the Serica defense argument when the scene of her patching herself up was happening. But I don't understand why you don't like her. I mean, you don't have to. I'm just curious. It could be something like, she killed Nono. I liked Nono a lot. Why'd you kill Nono? It'll be like, if Arimura killed Serica. I like Serica. You killed her, Arimura. Why? Fuck. Yeah, something like that, I guess.
敵を取らなきゃダメだ。
He's killing Nono. Wait, Nono. Fire, please.
「それを知ろうとしなくていいの？」
いい。
なんかタコらしくないね。
うるさいな。
でも感情だけで頑張っちゃうタクもちょっと見てみたいな。
Okay, so the game plan of like using this time to be stronger.
お？もうちょっと明るくなかった？天井から照明当たってるんでしょ？
Oh, thank God for Serica.
うん、多分これくらい。あと、もうちょっと近かった。
The writer is trying to clearly get the player to feel bad for her. So you don't like the aspects that you don't like the feeling of the author trying to make you feel a certain way because that's taking away agency. So it's like how Mikey feels about key works, in which case his argument is that they're more intrusive, trying to make you feel a certain way by setting up things to cater to your emotions. Cater? Invoke your emotions. There we go. I'm more accepting of that in this particular visual novel because I like the identity of Serica, and I would like that to be more expanded upon. So I'm a fan of that. I don't like that she's an imaginary character. I mentioned that before. Let's see. Let's figure that one out. I'm actually really curious right now. Give me a second. Let me turn on the lights because it's so dark in the room. But the idea of making a scene feel like it's yanking at your emotions more so than making it feel natural, and how that can come off as being too controlling or manipulative. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Let me think about that one. I'm trying to think. I don't typically try to read. I think it's called Nukige, which stands for like game that makes you cry, right? So when I say ero gay, the gay part is the game, the GE, and the ero is erotic game. You know, that's it. So oh, that's a very fair question. Especially if you want to get into writing and you want to create a scene that invokes emotions but don't want to come off as manipulative. That's a line I don't know, actually. For me, it's been up to interpretation and then how they handle the situation to make me feel a certain way. Here, let me ask you a question. I can figure this out based on your responses. And then I'll figure how I will feel about it with time. Saber, how do you feel about stories made by Key? So like Clannad, Canon, freaking Little Busters, etc. Planetarian. Like, what's the general feeling that you have about them? I can deal with it at times. It rubs me the wrong way of characters who are bad people. Oh, okay. That means you don't accept the argument that Serica was made to be a certain way with no actual agency of her own. And you don't buy the argument that she didn't want to kill Nono. So because of that, that's why you don't accept her. Which was my argument for Serica in that case, because it works. Even the game reinforces that argument. And I'm guessing you feel that's too manipulative, and that's why you can't accept it. I could easily argue that Serica's not a bad person. I've done that before, right? And it has to be through that particular framing of choices that the person can make. So it has to do with like your morality of the situation. I mean, that makes sense though, right? Because we're talking about invoking emotions naturally or being manipulative of emotions, and that's the problem. I'll probably wait on your response about that. It's fine not to like Serica, right? We all have different types of like moral compasses, and I'm more willing to accept quote unquote bad characters. And by bad, we don't mean like badly written. We're talking about like morally bad. This person has killed someone.
OK! さすがカメラいじってるだけあるね。
I guess it's because of my own life experiences and how it was growing up. In fact, that's 100% the case on why I feel so empathetic towards multiple people. It's also that I don't think it's that easy to feel empathy for people you think are bad. When's the last time I did that? Takano. I did that for Takano. I did that for Shiki. But the movie series itself frames it in a way where you accept her. Or you don't. That's a possibility as well. But she's also written in a very cool way, and the scenes are action-oriented. So I don't think every viewer is going to be thinking about that moral questions. Who else? I don't think people would say Vera's a bad person, but I like her. Who else? How about certain anti-hero characters, but they're anti-heroes, right? They have a good quality about them. Thinking, who else? Who's more controversial that I feel empathy towards? I mean, there's Homura, but come on. She's not a bad person. Velvet's too easy, too, because they constructed that story in a way where it wasn't gray enough. But I certainly had examples in the past, and that's what created that willingness to accept people who are quote-unquote bad. Why? It's because of meaning, and making life mean more than just black and white in terms of morality adds more meaning and makes life better. That's what I think. Okay.
タコの立ち位置も OK?
Homura is a bad person if you ask me. Oh, wow. I definitely do not agree with your morality.
意識が飛んだ時のままならな。
違ってたらどうするの？
その時はその時だ。確実な方法なんてありっこないんだからな。
You know, let me ask you a question. Don't feel pressured to answer. I'm asking because I want to know more. How strongly do you feel about being tough on crime? That seems very vague of a question, but maybe you can answer and I can figure something out. I'm asking you because I'm trying to figure out a possible common connection, and I think it's correlated, but I'm not entirely sure. So how about this? Yeah, first, how tough are you on crime? And what's the next question I would ask? This is really interesting. Have you never felt empathy for someone who's done something bad? Because wow, there's a lot of questions I want to ask you now. We should take some time and talk to each other, Saber, if you ever have time. What else would I want to ask? Very conflicting different views here. Okay, so what do I want to know personally? It's I want to know your moral spectrum and the empathy that you feel. That's the reason why. Not one of tough and crime types. Okay, so that's not the connection. Then what is it? So there's a question then, and the question is about. I don't know how to. I don't know how to word this one though. It's hard. It's something about your belief in how people can fall, and that's not me wording it correctly. Okay, so then what do I believe in? How do I word my belief correctly about this? Something. Something about anyone. Anyone can. Okay, so we're all born with no plus or minus on the morality spectrum. That's a really awkward way of putting it. Try again. How about... It has the word fall in it, though. I've never had to tell anyone this before. That's strange. Usually I'm very open with my own beliefs, but I haven't told anyone this before? That's strange. And that's why I can't word it. Okay, so give me a moment, because this is something I really want to know, and I want to understand your thoughts. So how do I word this question appropriately? My empathy stops at murderous people and stories. Okay. Saber, I have a question for you. Do you think that anyone, given the right circumstances, would kill someone? Do you think anyone, given the right circumstances, will kill someone? Yes or no? And then once you made that answer, go ahead and explain yourself, and then I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. And when you answer that follow-up question, I want to see how you figure out the nuance of that, because that's something that I'm trying to figure out as well. And it goes to my beliefs as well. So how you handle it, I'm really interested in that. Are you including self-defense in that? Let's remove self-defense, actually. Let's say anyone will kill someone given the right circumstances. Do you believe that's true or not? And then if you answer yes, which you just did, so if you can clarify that, go ahead. And if you can't, then I'll continue with my follow-up question. But I'm taking a pause from the visual novel because this is something I'm really interested in. And it has to go back into what we were just talking about, right? How a person can write a scene that can be evocative, naturally, of your emotions, or it can be manipulative of your emotions. And you have to judge one or the other. And then if you choose it this way, and you can explain why, I think you'll be better off for that. And if you choose the other way, and you can't explain why, that'll be a problem in the future for you. Because you're going to be asked to judge people in real life, like we always do, right? And figure out their intentions. And that's why. That's ultimately important to figure this out. I certainly believe certain situations could require one to kill another person, but if self-defense is not included, then no. If self-defense is not included, then no. Okay. The only time it's appropriate to kill someone is through self-defense in your belief. So now I would have to give you a different scenario. So self-defense, right? We're going to define that as defending your own life. So now, here's a scenario, and the scenario is this. You are trapped in a room, and the only way for... Yeah, but that could be argued as a self-defense reason, though. That's the thing, see? I can already anticipate your answer for this, though. Your answer for this thing I would bring up would be, it's okay to kill someone to defend your family. So I'll just ask the obvious question first and see if I'm right. If someone's going to kill your family, or life of another. Okay, so yeah, I was right. You have that kind of belief. So then... the second question has to set up in a certain way. How do I do this one correctly? Because this is where the nuance comes in. It has something to do with desperate situations. Only in self-defense, huh? So is the scenario that I'm thinking about only in self-defense? Is it? So why was I confused about it then? There's something very specific about this. I'm talking to myself because I'm thinking about something. And there's some type of weird issue with it, which was why I was so confused. But it began from a different source. So how I would think about this problem begins in a certain way. But how I presented the problem to you started in a different way. And this is why I can't give you that nuance. That's the problem. So then I have to start you in the same way. But that's a really hard question to ask, though. I don't know how to phrase it. That's the problem. Okay, so give me a moment. I'm going to try to start you off in the same way that I did. We'll introduce a new problem, and then I want to see how you figure it out. So how do I ask this question? The question is... do you believe that when people are born, they're born with different levels of morality? That's such a funky question. Let me ask that. Yeah, sure. Do you believe that when people are born, they're born with different levels of morality? The answer should be no, right? But if you believe yes, tell me why. How would you be born with a different level of morality? You just got born as a kid. That doesn't make any sense. There's nothing that should indicate that for some reason you are more evil than the other person. That'd be fucked up. Yeah, right? There's no way. That's essentially me doing a given, which is when people are born, they don't have a different concept of morality. That doesn't work that way. Right? You agree with me? So infants wouldn't have a sense of morality. Therefore, you believe that. Okay, so then I'll set up this situation here. The thing I'm trying to figure out is why was I confused about the situation? Do you believe that in this scenario, anyone could do it? Sure. If you were trapped in a room and the only way for you to survive was to kill someone else, would you do it personally? And if someone had to do it to you, would you fault them for it? You wouldn't fault the other person for killing you. Okay. Interesting. So far, you and I believe the exact same things. So I'm trying to figure out where things are diverging. Do you believe that everyone is capable of making an immorally rash decision despite who they are, if the circumstances are strong enough to invoke that? That's a really carefully worded question. I'm thinking, because I have an answer to that. And now I'm thinking, why? Yes, right, Saber? So if given the right circumstances, anyone is able to fall. And that is to fall from different levels of morality, given the right circumstances. So, would you fault someone for becoming less moral of a person if a circumstance would invoke that from people? That's the next level. That's the next question. And I'm not sure how I would be specific enough about that. Because then I think that's where we diverge. I feel that's the case. And I'm not asking to like, single you out. I legitimately want to know what you're thinking. And this is something I've been thinking for a long time, but I've already made my kind of resolution about it. Which is why I'm able to accept Serika. Which is why I'm able to accept Takano. Which is why I'm able to accept other characters who've done terrible things. Because I believe that we're all capable of falling. And because we're all capable of falling, I recognize that I could do that myself. That's the thing. That the person who killed someone over there, it's possible that I could have done that. Because I believe I am capable of my own faults. And given the right circumstances and scenarios, I could do something as rash and terrible as that. And so that's where I personally make that distinction, that just because this person did a bad thing doesn't mean that I absolutely could not do it, right? There's scenarios in which that can bring up. And so I lessen the impact of what they did because I recognize that I'm not perfect and there is a scenario or chance that I could do it too. So I want to forgive people because I recognize that I've done bad things in my life too. And if there was someone in my life who had been there for me to either correct me or to have been there when I've fallen, things could have been very different, but it didn't happen. And circumstances arise in life where people will do that, where they will fall. And all it takes is something like, I had a bad childhood and my dad beat me as I grew up. And statistically, if you've been abused when growing up, you will carry on that abusive, unfortunate relationship towards others. It sucks, right? But those were the circumstances. So then if you go back further along these lines, right? And my belief, personally, is that everyone is capable of having a fall, right? None of us are born, and for some reason we're morally better than others, right? Or morally worse than others. We're born morally the same. That's how I honestly feel. How would you argue against that? I don't know, right? But circumstances, as we grow up, create diverging beliefs because of experiences, as you just said, right? So I'm not sure what your experiences are that make it so hard for you to forgive people. But that's the thing I've been testing for the longest time. Because I've held grudges all my life. And I found out that holding grudges is one of the worst feelings in the world. So this is from my own personal experience, which is also catering to how you're doing it, right? That if I held a grudge for too long, there was a few things that was happening. One, I wouldn't feel good about it. Like, I would physically feel sick. Two, it would hamper my relationship with that person and others. And three, if I wanted to be forgiven, why can't I forgive someone else? And that was the hardest action for me to do growing up, which is to forgive other people. And I think that's one of the hardest things to do in real life. So I don't want to reflect that, because I've done terrible things in my life too. And I'm willing to admit it, as frightening as it can be. But because of the things I've done in the past, I know more about how I want to help others because of that. So then we're going back to the harshness of reality, which is, if you've done certain acts, such as murder, right? If you do certain acts, such as murder, you're considered socially unacceptable. Of course, right? Duh. Because you're a danger to society. You are a murderer. But we have a solution for that, which is jail, right? You would go to jail for that, and you would live out a certain sentence. And the belief is, after that sentence is done, you will have redeemed yourself in society's eyes. But that isn't always the case. Certainly that's not always the case. And I don't have an answer for murderers, unfortunately. But then let's lessen it a little bit, right? Just a little bit. What about people who do things that are bad, but not exactly murder? In which case, I don't know, how about embezzlement? Or freaking, I don't know, drug dealing, right? But these are all bad things that we've labeled with different circumstances, right? What if it was economical necessity? And yeah, what if it was economical necessity, right? What's the difference between me stealing an apple from the market to feed myself, because if I don't, I'll die, versus the circumstances of this particular place that forced me to go into this certain situation, which is steal or deal freaking drugs, right? To live. And both are considered reprehensible, but they come from certain situations that you have to understand. And if you're able to break that down and like understand the circumstances that you too would have done the same thing, right? If you can say that about yourself, I too would have done the damn same thing. If I was starving to death, I would have stolen. If I was starving to death and my only option was to do this, I would have done the same. Then that's where the empathy comes in. And that's where you can stop people from their fall, right? And that's what I've wished all my life, that someone was there to help me with that, but no one was there. And I somehow came out of that wanting to be a good person. And to this day, I still don't understand why. Because that makes no sense to me. That you can be in such a bad situation in life, and for some reason, you come out of it good. And to this day, I'm still trying to understand that. And that's why, even though I can't explain it, that I care about people despite the bad things they've done. Because I wish to God someone had been there for me. That's it. I wish I could explain it, because I think about it so much. Oh, man. Anyway, it sucks. It's okay to have different moral values, right? I've made these decisions on my own to forgive people and to accept people for who they are. And for the falls they make, I will too try to understand it. That's why I've always talked to people, regardless of different moral views. But like, I'm still learning as I grow up, and I want to understand more about people so I can like help them. That's it. That's really all it is.
あ、そうだ、タク?
It's hard. Like, I don't know how people can forgive others easily. If you feel like you hold grudges, I've been there too. Trust me when I say that.
私の仇は取っちゃダメだよ。
I don't know how to convince someone who has no forgiveness for people who've done bad things. It's just by experiences? Is that it? Is that the difference? I don't know.
のんちゃんたちの仇は取らなきゃダメ。でも、私の仇はダメ。 当たり前でしょ。
それは。
いいから、とにかくその瞬間、タクが思っていいのは、のんちゃんたちだけ。ね。
I think part of it that I didn't introduce into the conversation, though, was extreme regret. Like, you could, yeah, if you hate Serica because she did bad things and she doesn't regret it, then fine, I'll accept that, right? But if she extremely regretted it and you still hate her for it, then I have to ask why. And, I mean, I have no way of defending that she regretted it, and that's partially because how she's written, right? She's an extension of the main character's mind. Technically, that's how it works. If you understand the text, she's an extension of the main character's mind. He regrets the fact that these characters were killed. She regrets the fact that these characters were killed. It's just how it works. But we're going back to emotional manipulation again, right? And that's the problem of why you can't accept Serica. You definitely understand this. You're not a dumb person. I get that. I believe in you. Trust me. But you're right. If you say that you feel manipulated about this, I can understand that too. I just don't know why I'm willing to accept this then. What is it about this scenario that I can say I accept?
ほら、タク、ちゃんとしてよ。じゃないと、私が来た意味なくなっちゃうじゃん。
I think it's because I put the blame on the MC. That because she's an extension of the main character, what she has done was in fact incited by the main character. And to blame Serica and not blame the main character would be hypocritical. So I blame the main character, but I'm willing to forgive him, which means I forgive Serica. That's the strange transitive thing that's happening there. Obviously, you don't like Serica. I'm going to assume you don't like the main character as well, right, Saber? That would make sense.
ちゃんとしてるよ。この僕がちゃんとしてなかったことなんてあるか？
あの時と、あの時、それから。
指を折って数えるな。
Oh boy, I'm wrong on that? Okay, so then you have to explain to me how that's not hypocritical. And if you can do that, then I can accept it. And then you can say you're hypocritical. There's different types of hypocrisy out there. Some are acceptable. No, seriously, some are acceptable.
多分、向こうへ戻った瞬間、その一瞬にしかあいつの隙はないよ。だからチャンスは。
一度あれば十分だ。
In the sense that his creation of hers wasn't intentional. He doesn't actually want to see people die. Okay, hang on. So the defense for why you are okay with Takuru is he doesn't want to see people die. He didn't create Serica intentionally to be this way. He didn't create Serica intentionally to be this way. Okay, so then, if you believe that, you have to defend a few things. The first thing you have to defend is when he's being extremely aggressive and words that he wants to kill people, you need to explain why. And you also have to explain why his parents died the moment that he had a headache during the earthquake. And if you can defend both of those, then you've created nuance in a situation, which would make sense for why you can accept Takuru, but not Serica.
無謀なことにかける覚悟はオッケー？
オッケー。
賭け金が自分の命だっていう現実はオッケー？
オッケー。
バカな決断に言い訳をしない意志はオッケー？
Do I want to record these lines?
オッケー。
じゃあ行って舞台に上がってタク！
Okay, so that was the most blatant visual indicator that Taku and Serika are the same person, according to the author, right? Well, I mean, yeah, Serika is his imagination. His imagination is himself. That's the nuance there. You know what I'm trying to say. This is going really positively. I'm kind of surprised that there's more to this. That's a very funky way of doing it, but that's kind of cool. And he was there, which is even more funky. What a bad decision. I'm not sure how you wouldn't have. You know, whatever. Let's just go with it. If I were the dad... Bullshit!
けんめえ。
Huh. Oh my god, it's the exact same bot. That's pretty impressive.
俺がこれを復元するのにどんだけ苦労したか分かってんのか。タクル。
なんだよ。
なんで壊れてねえんだ。なんで生きてる。いや、なんで精神を保ってる。てめえがあれに耐えられるわけねえんだ。俺は確かに30日間お前をしくじったのか。いや、あの男にできて俺にできないなんてことは。
That sounds a little bit funky. Why'd you word it that way? Why are you alive? No, why are you still sane? There's no way you could have endured that. I know I locked you in there for 30 days. Did I screw up? There's no way that guy could do it, and I couldn't. I couldn't endure that for 30 days? What? As in, you actually went through it? Or if I went through that, I wouldn't have endured it for 30 days. Is that what you're saying? Or just something really funky happening? I would say it's a latter, more likely, but if there's something else, that'd be interesting.
おい、答えろ。お前なんで動けるんだよ。
He meant wood burn heroin doing it. Is that the case? How does he work this? Is it localizing correctly? You seem to realize what I just done. Do you know how hard I worked on this thing? I never heard him use that tone like before. Takaru, what? Why didn't you break? Why are you alive? Why are you still sane? There's no way you could have endured that. Did I screw up? No, there's no way that guy could do it, and I couldn't. He, third person. So, yeah, the weird thing is, why would you refer to him the third person? So the he you're saying is Heron, because it'd be really awkward to say he when Miyashiro is right in front of his face. When you say you again, did I screw up? No, there's no way that guy could do it. There's no way you could do it, and I couldn't. Still funky. The thing is, the he is really funky there. Because to me, I read that as the main character. There's no way that he could do it. As if he was so pushed away from the situation that he would say he instead of you. That's happened before. It's understandable. I don't know how else to explain that, but it's something like there's something super shocking that happens that pushes you so far away from having experienced the event. That is why, excuse me, I just burped. That is why you would refer things in the third person, to create that distance. That's something that you would do as an author. And he did that here. It's a possibility. Or the he was an unknown person, or he, as in it refers to Takaru, right? There's a bunch of explanations here. I'm not really sure still. It could be a bunch of things.
So.
But it could be he, as in someone else who was undergoing the same thing. The reason why I bring this up is because I'm still thinking in the back of my head if this fucking guy in front of me really is the culprit. And if so, I have to accept a few things about the writing of this visual novel that I do not accept, or I just don't have to accept it, right? Or he's really not the culprit, in which case there's a bunch of things that I can't accept. I'm still trying to figure that out.
こいつか。そういうことか。
There's no way he could imprison someone's mind for 30 days and I couldn't. There's no way. That's funky. If that's how you're reading it, there's no way he could imprison someone's mind for 30 days and I couldn't. Then who's the he? There was someone else with mind control? That's a big fucking deal. Answer me. How can you move? I read the D-sword again without saying a word. There was still no expression on Dad's face. I see. Her, huh? So that's it? Got it. So she's not actually dead. Or she is dead. How about she's dead and she returned to your head, which gets a little bit funkier. I mean, either option's fine. She's alive and she's not actually dead, therefore you had her body. That'd be weirder though, right? How would you? I mean, still it's part of a figment of imagination. You could do it. You can write that. Either or is fine.
イマジナリーフレンドだけで乗り切ったってのか。殺した相手にすがりつくとは思わなかった。
Narose, the main villain in Chaos Head, did a similar trick, though not exactly the same. He might be referring to him, since they would have been colleagues. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Bison.
Tag, 面白くねえことしやがって。狂えって俺は言ったよな。なあ。
So I guess the next question, since we were talking about morality, why can't I accept the dad if he's really the killer? Oh, I mean, it just has to go about regret, isn't it? Alright, that's the thing that I forgot to mention in that conversation we had. Whatever. Let's just get out of this. We've beaten the hardest part. Supposedly, right? If this is the main culprit, and his power is mind control, and he can't mind control anymore, we've beaten the hardest part. I mean, it's still the option of running away. I mean, is Serica actually dead? If she isn't, just go, man. I'm sorry. Odd. Something still... Some remnants of it are still functioning? I remember someone saying that even if the... Okay, something in the visual novel, I forgot who said it. So someone in the visual novel said that even if the mind controller died, their mind control powers would still continue. So I'm not sure if killing that machine in the back counts as the mind controller died. And it doesn't continue? I don't know. Serica said it.
マジで壊れてるじゃねえか。このクソガキ
！I wonder how it functions. I say as if we're getting killed.
んなことなら最初から拷問室にでも思考誘導しとくべきだったな。なんなら今やってやろうか。リアルで。よー
Is this how we're gonna go?
ほらよ
Yeah. It might be too late to book it.
ダメだな。通覚からの発狂じゃ何にも新しいもんは得られねえか。なら、あいつらをお前の目の前で殺してみるか。
Those words. Maybe I'll kill them all in front of you then.
多分まだ渋谷を出てねえだろおう、それでいいんだよ。お前にとってそれが大事なものであればあるほど効果は高えからな。
That's how I feel too, Star. Because every single time the main character screams, I lose my immersion for a second, and I imagine the guy in a box in a room, the voice actor, screaming, screaming, while laughing. Honestly, I wonder how you do it. I haven't actually tried to scream in pain in a way that was believable. Besides, like, I actually hurt myself. I mean, like, on cue. Scream like you're getting hurt. Maybe they really hurt him. Method acting. That would be so messed up. This guy screams a lot in his visual novel, man. Yeah, but it's things like that that help my appreciation, even though I'm purposely breaking my immersion, right?
のんちゃんたちの仇は取らなきゃダメ。でも、私の仇はダメ。当たり前でしょ？
絶対にさせるな！
何？
I mean, honestly, if he's not the real villain, I don't care.
なんだよ。
Ah, is that what we're gonna do? Okay. Well, I mean, I kind of realized it before, but I didn't think it was gonna be extended to him. Okay, so I'll let this finish, and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Okay, I might as well say it. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think I think the author is going to set up a situation where it makes sense that we're going to go back and start the visual novel. So it's not you, the player, have finished the game, go back to the visual novel. No, it's going to be part of the story, right? It's going to be, it's so Takuru realizing what he had done and ruined his life, wanted something else, and so this happened, and then he goes back to the beginning of the game because you are Takuru. Is that kind of experience that they're trying to do, right? So what I'm thinking is the author is going to set something up story-wise where it makes sense that you're going back to the beginning of the game. You can fucking get in a time machine for all I care, right? He's going to do something like that. And then the objective is for you to create a delusion and make it real. What's that delusion? That delusion is none of this ever happened, right? Everyone gets saved. And he's not going to have the power to do it immediately. It's going to take time. And he's got to understand his own powers, going to different routes. And so by the end, my guess is that he will have fully understood himself and everyone around him, and collectively they can believe in this lie, which is this won't happen because we don't want it to happen. Throw this into the air as a delusion, the lie that becomes the truth. And it's not just going to be the people who are on his side. I think it's also going to be the dad. And I'm not sure about this, but certain aspects of the visual novel are implying this. I know it's kind of early. We still have 10 hours left of the visual novel. But it would make sense, given all the mechanics of this game. I mean, because think about it, right? Isn't that a harsh reality that his dad is truly the culprit? He's the one who's killed everyone. He's the one who's ruined everyone's lives. If you're going to go back in time and fix all those problems, wouldn't you want to fix that? That's what I think, right? It's completely possible. I could be wrong. In which case, if he's going to revert back time, writing-wise, right, the author, then why wouldn't you fix that? Why wouldn't he want to fix that? Maybe he just can't forgive him, and he wants to punish him no matter what. But you have to set that up too. But he's not feeling that way.
そっか。それも、もう叶わないのか。
Oh. Was the dad still alive? How? Huh? That sword fucking went through his face, man. Oh. Well. Fuck. November 6th, 2015, Friday. Serica was still alive, huh? Okay, so she killed me on purpose, or she was still mind-controlled? She was mind-controlled, question mark? I think that was mentioned. And if the guy dies, it still continues. That's what Serica said. I mean, she could be lying. Who knows? We'll see how this goes. You can write this in many ways as you want. Really, you could. That's actually really interesting. How the setup for the story allows for multiple ways to go about it. And even with certain implications from the author, there's still certain scenarios where you're unsure of how it's going to go.
Ha? んなのマジで自殺するわけねえだろ。踊らされんなって、情弱オツ。
うわ、腹立つ。何あれ。
いや、ちょっと待ってください。ですから。くそ。
どうした？
久野里さん、車で待ってろと。
Okay, so what if the main character is dead? How do you write this now?
待たせすぎる。何があったんだ
？Did the main character say something very explicitly that I forgot? Like, did he say something like, I wish I died? No? I don't think so. I don't recall that.
垂れ込みがあったらしい。宮代君が光王にいること、もうバレてる。
Was there a resurrection? I don't know. There's still multiple ways to write this. I'm curious still.
何？
If there was a Q, I certainly missed it now. That kind of sucks.
どこからの情報だ？
わからない。捜査本部はどこからでもいいだろうの一点張りだ。
Someone gave a tip, and HQ doesn't care. Okay.
うちの連中がもう光王に向かってる。
あんたはどうするんだ？行ってこい。こっちはこっちで勝手に渋谷を脱出する。
え？脱出って言うがな、何が起こるかわからないんだぞ。
なんとかするさ。ただし車だけは置いていけよ。
Could you drive? Is the first question I would ask. Can you
無
drive?
免許運転を取り締まってる場合か。とっとと行け。
Bitch, do you know what they say about Asian drivers? Don't give them a worse name.
あのな。子供たちが乗ってるんだ。無茶な運転はするな。
当然だ。私を誰だと思っている？
Underaged.
何かあったらすぐに連絡しろ。それが無理ならどこでもいい。交番に駆け込んで俺の名前を出せ。
新庄さん。
あ？
アクセルは確か右だったな。
Fucking.
Just do it quick.
Last thing I remember was I was stabbed. Well, if I were the dad and I was going to die, I would fucking. Did they mind print him? It could work. It would actually work. It just. I don't want that. The reason why it works is she can read minds. I'll mind control you to read my mind, to learn all the information, to do things I want you to do. That's a bit much, but yeah, you can do that. Oh god, don't do that to me, please.
お前に思考誘導をかけろって
Okay. Let's see where this goes.
ああ。
いろいろ聞きてえが、まず理由からいいか。
クルス・ノノを殺害する前、その思考を読んだ。彼女は。
はあ、涙ぐましいことだな。殺されるのを覚悟してたってことか、あいつ。
すでに警察に渡っているだろう。遅かれ早かれ、宮代拓もそれを読むことになる。そうなったら、宮代はあの手紙に、クルス・ノノの死に縛られる。あいつは遺言に従おうとするだろう。
遺言ってのは何だ？
復讐をしようとするな。もう事件を追うな。
へえ。
そうなれば、宮代は絶対に事件を追わなくなる。それは私にとって都合が悪い。だから復讐や事件のことではなく、この私自身に興味を持たせるしかない。それで彼は必ず動くだろう。
そうか？なんでそんなことまでわかんだ？
私は宮代のことなら何でも理解できる。そういう存在だからだ。
Okay, where is this going?
ああ、思考誘導しなきゃいけねえのはなんでだ？
彼のそばには有村ひなえがいる。あの能力を無効化したい。思考誘導で私自身が嘘を信じ込んでしまえば、それはもう嘘ではなくなり、真実として有村に認識されるだろう。
ああ、伊藤ってガキと同じ手だな。でもめんどくせえな。 タクルのやつに直接誘導をかけちまえばそれで済む問題じゃないのかよ。あっと怒んなよ。
彼に対して可能な限り思考誘導はかけない。あれは脳をダメにする。そうだ。
でも最後はもう一回使わせてもらうぜ。誘導なしじゃギガロマニアックス相手に勝ち目なんてね。
もう一度だけだぞ。いいな。
分かってるよ。じゃあ次だ。お前の思考にどう誘導をかける？
筋書きはこうだ。一つ、すでに委員会との関係を断たれているお前が委員会へ戻ろうと野心を抱いている。
Oh dear
この作り
God.
話を私に信じ込ませろ。
Okay, alright, go ahead. I will listen. Shit, man.
二つ、その野心のためにお前は協力者の私を裏切り、宮代拓を犯人に仕立て上げようとしている。これも私の脳にすり込め。三つ、叱るべきタイミングで彼の両親を殺したのは私だと私自身の口から伝えるように誘導。そして最後は私の生きる目的を変えろ。
俺までその嘘話の中に巻き込むのかよ。
そうしなければならない。有村の能力とは別に障害となる人間がもう一人いる。
あいつか。なるほどな。
Okay, so they had to set up this reveal this way.
久野里美代は事情に精通しすぎているが、だからこそ委員会の話をでっち上げる。あの女は委員会のこととなると冷静さを失うからな。
Let me think. The setup was there. Certainly my bias was in the way. Fuck, man, that's so stupid. Let me finish this and see if I can accept it.
私が委員会の情報を持っていると思い込めば絶対に手放そうとしないはずだ。皮肉な話だが、久野里のおかげで私は宮代の近くに留まることができる。
It at least fixes the problem that I had earlier with the dad to some degree. Huh. Okay, anyway, just watch the scene and we'll see where it goes first.
お前おっかねえ女だな。そこまで考えてるってのか。いや、
このゲームの登場人物を動かしているのは私だ。
なるほど、ゲームね。俺も楽しいことは好きだがよ。短い間とはいえ、てめえの人生の目的まで変えようとは思わねえな。
Why does he not like that?
余計なことは言わなくていい。お前は宮代の真のギガロマニアックスのデータが取れればそれでいいのだろう。
Okay, that's
その欲求は満たしてやる。
まあ、確かにそうだ。ただ、何回も言ってるがよ。俺がやろうとしてることに、タクルの精神が耐えられる可能性はゼロ。昔所属してた AH 東京総合病院の地下施設。そこの責任者から直々に伝授された拷問だからな。
彼を見くびるな。私も何回もそう言っている。
壊しちまっていいんだな。そこに手は出さないって取り決めだもんな。
お前に思考誘導の装置さえなければ誰より先に殺していたな。
面白えな。やってみるか？
クズか。
おっと、そうだ、もう一つ。なんであいつを犯人に仕立てる必要がある？お前はあいつが事件を解決すればそれでいいんだろう？
I'm still very neutral about this.
それは
Question again. What was that? One more thing. Why do you need to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve the case, right? That's blank. Look at this again. I'm trying to remember everything here. Well, I mean, not everything, but at least little bits. Excuse me. Cold. Okay, so what is the author implying right now? He is implying that Serica is the true culprit and she wants to do this because blank. Blank you can think of logically being I want to get free of the main character. That's an option. It could be something else as well, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. So they're setting it up to be like this, and they threw the revelation at you in a very straightforward manner. Holy shit, what the hell? So am I okay with that? The setup was there. I can definitely see why. And I can definitely understand my bias for it too. I don't like it. I definitely don't like it. But why am I neutral about this? What does it do? It changes the priority of things, which is... It makes it so that the dad could be the mind-controlling culprit, right? And therefore to unveil himself in such a way wasn't due to his own hubris, but part of the total plan, which makes it better writing. I'm okay with that. So it solves that issue. What was the other issue that I had? Circa being a figment of imagination. This technically solves that too. If she wants to break away from that, you create new ones, which is actually interesting. So you solve both the problems I had originally with the visual novel. So now the question is throwing this at the viewer in such a way. Okay, so it created a twist. One that I could have anticipated but didn't want to. Okay, fine. Could anyone else have anticipated that? Of course, fuck yeah. There's tons of ways of doing it. Let's see. Do I still feel this is okay? I don't know. Does it destroy anything? The question... It depends on your interpretation of them throwing the revelation at you like this. Then I would look at other scenes and how you would reveal a big twist, right? They're doing it in this way, which is really funky. Was there no other way to do this? Like this? Really? So what does that mean? I throw a sword at Serica, she blocks it, which means that we had a connection of some sort. And then for that momentary connection, I saw her thoughts. Okay, which does the same argument, which is these characters are very similar to each other because she's an extension of himself, which is the argument that the author is essentially trying to make. Okay, bam, we connected, and then I saw her thoughts. So what is that saying? What's it? Besides we're connected, what else? It's saying something else. I'm trying to remember what the hell they're saying. It's going back to the argument again. Okay. Not exactly the same argument, though. Because the original argument was agency. She didn't have agency. And that is why she is not culpable for the problems that she caused. So now it's a different kind of angle. So bam, connected. What's happening? She has agency. Okay. Okay, and the implication is she's doing this to get her own agency, to actually be free. Technically it's still the same argument. It really is. If that is what the author is implying, I am doing what I'm doing. I am Serica. Hi, okay. I am doing what I'm doing because I want to break free from Takaru and actually be my own person for fucking once. That I'm going to do all these terrible things to finally break free from this person. Shit, man, that's a lot of bad things to do. But agency, though, huh? So then how would you make that argument? Now I'm curious. It would require me to obviously fucking read the visual novel further, but that is... So what changed? Give me a second. So the power relationship changed, which solved my problem with the dad. Good, right? That's good writing. And created nuance on the childhood fucking imaginary friend, which is good. So I can accept both. So it solved the two problems. That's what changed. That's one. That's one and two. It's changed the situation where we now power dynamics, right? So that's 3. Change the power dynamic. It also did something else. It's doing a callback again to the agency question. But now it's not putting her in a tragic light. It's putting her in the villain's light. But there's still that aspect again of the tragedy. If it still comes back, I'm not sure how the author's going to write it. So it solved the two problems I had, and now the question is where it's going. Okay, so then therefore the only problem I have left is that sword throw towards her and it connects. Does that make sense? It calls back to the viewer to remember that they're connected. They had a very obvious visual indicator that they were one, alright? The thing is, I can't criticize that because I would have to look at other things that reveal twists, and then I'll have to make a distinction between what's a good twist and what's a bad twist. This twist does a lot of things, in that it solves the problems that I had with the visual novel. The only thing I could fault it for right now is how they do it, which is bam, we connected our swords. Okay, alright, so what am I looking for now? I'm looking for an explanation that is fitting, that feels sufficient, and it feels fulfilling. Did I say that twice? I think I did. Okay, so I don't care if Serica ends up being the killer as long as the author writes that well. That's not truly how I feel. I like Serica a lot, but still, if the author writes it well, I accept it, okay? So then, what's next? Isn't that it? That's it, isn't it? That's just it. That's all I'm looking for now. No, that's not true. I'm still looking for explanations on certain other characters. So, writing the other characters to fill in the rest of the holes in the story. Writing Serica and either doing it in a way that justifies what the fuck she's doing, or writing it in such a way that makes her feel more fulfilling as a character, whatever the hell that means. So then, finishing the story with multiple ways of filling in what is not understood, writing Serica well enough, either as a villain or a tragic hero, whatever the hell you want to do. That's it. I think that's it. Those are the only two things I'm looking for now. Is there anything else? I'm thinking. I guess personally that's all I'm looking for. But what would someone else be looking for? I'm trying to think, was there any other clear weakness that I noticed in this visual novel? Besides music kind of getting... yeah. But that's not fair. Not to the author. Okay. I need them to talk about that question they're bringing up so many times. The question of agency, the question of lies, the power of a lie, right? More than just like a white lie, something that has more power than the truth itself, which is what they're fucking doing with their power. And they're making that more relevant in a way that is applicable to what's happening in our real lives, I guess, is what I personally would want. Okay, whatever. Let's move this aside and let's think. Is it possible that the original interpretation is still working? Not sure if I could write it that way. If I were the author at this point, I wouldn't go that route. Because then it's too confusing, and it would require you to write the dad in a better way, or throw him away, and that would probably be weaker as writing. So the original interpretation doesn't work anymore. What I'm talking about is the dad's not the true culprit, it's someone else, Serica, right? But I'm saying like another mind controller existed. Writing it that way, I think is too convoluted now. So he has to go this way that he is heavily implying. Okay, so now I'm looking for any cue.
自分は他の人とは違う。よくそういう人がいるけれど、ほとんどが勘違いだ。みんなそのことに気づいてない情弱ばかり。でも僕だけは本当に他の人と違う。
What does this do? This is a scene that I think is I think the author wrote this scene to try to shake the viewer a lot. So I'm not shaken because I'm doing nothing but thinking. How would you shake the viewer with this scene? And what's implying that interpretation? It's because you just ruined a relationship, I think. But he did that multiple times, so how would you shake a person with this way? It's because you took someone that you trusted and then threw it into the dirt. I think that's essentially what's happening here. But they're doing this in an interesting way. Okay, I'll keep reading.
あの地獄のような渋谷を生き抜いた。そして両親を誰かに殺された。特別という言葉の定義は他と明確な区別があること。
I survived the nightmare of the Shibuya earthquake and someone killed my parents. The definition of special is something. The definition of special has something that clearly differentiates itself from others.
こんな経験をしている人はそんなにいない。だから。
What's wrong with this? That's a very selfish explanation, isn't it? The him inside him speaks to me. Okay, so there is him on the outside and there is him on the inside. They're different people. The him on the inside says one thing. I'm different from other people. Lots of people say that, but most of them are wrong. They're all wrong. I'm the only one who's really different. Well, it's fucking bullshit, but was this me? I survived the nightmare of the Shibuya earthquake and someone killed my parents. The definition of special, it has something that clearly differentiates itself from others. He doesn't recognize that inside himself. Okay. I can definitely agree. He's not that attuned. Yeah, I agree. He's definitely not attuned to himself. This is something that could definitely happen.
Nah. 渋谷地震の被災者のコメントの話ってしたことあったっけ?
She's interpreting something else inside of him?
地震直後の混乱が収まった後、大量のマスコミが被災者に対して押しかけただろ。まだカオスチャイルド症候群者っていう言葉がなかった頃に。
Okay, so they're providing the scene in front of me as evidence of something. So this is something that's meant to be interpreted by her to be something else. So what's happening here? Takuru doesn't understand himself correctly. There's something deeper inside of him that Serika's reading. True, because he didn't understand himself. This is a scene for proof? Okay, where?
その取材の論調の多くは民度の高さを訴えるものだった。これだけの震災にもかかわらず、暴動や略奪などの犯罪がほとんど起きていない。これは得難いことなんだって。
So this is a bunch of reporters popped onto the scene and showed a bunch of people doing good things, and they were surprised. Why isn't anyone looting, and why is there any violence? This is amazing. Okay, go on.
実際そうなんだと思うよ。
And I think they were right. Okay.
何が今一番辛いですかって聞かれたとき、大半の被災者が地方の家族に自分の無事を伝えてやれないこととか。
Okay, so that selflessness is what they wanted to show. Okay, what they wanted to frame.
子供に好物を与えてやれないこととか。
Okay.
とにかく他人を心配しててさ。
Okay.
でも、そんな中で一人の被災者が言ったんだよ。
And that is get out, right? It was something really rude. Like, what are you doing here? You don't belong here.
頑張れという部外者。
Was that you? Is that the implication? That he is the one that said that? But then one person said something different. I remember what they said word for word. It had left a huge impression on me. Oh, what the fuck are they doing? That's actually really cool. This specific thought, I remember exactly. I remember what they said word for word. It had left a huge impression on me. That specific line was seen from the opposite angle. So previously in the visual novel, you would be looking at Serica, and when she's saying when the main character is saying these lines, right? He says they talked about how they couldn't contact their families, and Serica's on the screen, or how they couldn't give their kids their favorite foods. But then one person said something different, and back then, earlier on the visual novel, you're looking at Serica, and this line, which is an internal monologue line. This is a line the main character is thinking. I remember what they said word for word. It had left a huge impression on me. But now, the perspective is reversed. And I think the implication is Serica is thinking this. I remember it was me. What? Fucking son of a bitch! Come on! That would have been awesome! Fucking Arthur! That would have been sick! Why did you do that, man? Fuck! I am mad! That would have been cool! It would have made so much sense. Fuck you! Fuck! Okay. So I'll tell you why I thought that, okay? So the reason why I thought that was because, bam, I threw the sword at Serica and she blocked it, okay? And then my explanation for that and why we're seeing this fucking thing in the first place is because Serica and the main character are connected. Why? Serica is a figment of his imagination, an extension of himself. Therefore, when I threw my D sword at your face and you blocked it with your D sword, that sounds really wrong. We are seeing her thoughts because we are connected, right? Therefore, if I'm seeing her thoughts, I'm seeing this through her perspective, which was the assumption that I was thinking here. And that would have been cool, because then it would have created a layer where they're exactly the same, thinking the same things, creating a different kind of, like, contextualization, right? Because Serica is going like, I am hearing the him inside of him. How he presents himself on the outside isn't really him, right? I know Takeru better than he knows himself. Because I can read minds, and I'm a fucking extension of himself, right? That would have been cool. Fuck. Oh, why'd you miss the opportunity? I'm so sad right now. Come on, man. that would have been cool thematically. Okay.
彼は当事者であろうとすることにこだわっている。それは幼い頃から変わらない彼の本質。
Oh man, I'm just exhausted. Oh, I'm hurt. I'm fucking hurt. Keep going, keep going.
よくもまあ誰かがつぶやいてたっていう程度の情報だけで一喜一憂できるよな。僕にはとても真似できないよ。
Okay, so hang on. So the way Chairman said that, my original interpretation of the scene is correct, which is it's from Serica's perspective because she is reading into him and saying this is not how he really is. Does that still exist? I think it does. So then, what was said to make me think otherwise? Give me a second. What was said that implied otherwise? The him inside him speaks to me. Example. Was this me? Example again. Example. What do you mean? Okay, the subtext of his lines, which is truly him, is what they're saying. Okay, previous scene. Okay, so from this point is what I thought it was. So from this point on is when I thought it wasn't. I remembered it was what I'd said to Serica at the date, at the cafe. So then the perspective here is back to the main character, and that was the problem. That was why I switched out of that interpretation. I remembered it was what I said to Serica. Is there any other internal monologue that implies that it's Serica in her head? The him inside him speaks to me. But that's written as dialogue. That's not written as narration. And that's the problem. That's my vision blurred. There's something to be chorus buzzing. So he kept the narrator the same. He didn't do a narration switch, which would be hard to do actually and have the audience follow. Okay, so it was this line that made me think it was Onoe. But the narration and the internal monologue is still technically Miyashiro. Okay, hang on. So he kept the dialogue separate from the narration to not get the viewers confused. That's what he did. So that's a very clean way of doing the scene. But then you lose what I just told you, which was so interesting. Okay, so then he went for orderliness. So what's happening now? Give me a second. Sorry, this is complicated because I'm thinking about how he's writing it. That's the reason why I am taking time away. Telling us to hang in there. So the cafe. It was just after the love incident. Back to him. It's incredibly important to him that he had a part of things. That's who he really is at his core. So distinction, difference. Narration is him. Third person is her. So distance, not same. So he wants to emphasize distance. I am, not me. Distance. Narration, me. Third person. No, that's not really third person. She's fucking having dialogue. Her. Okay. You know, yeah, that's fine to write it that way. I can't agree, but damn. Oh, that could have been so interesting.
早速昨日起きた放火事件を調べに行こう。現場が近いんだ。かなり美味しいぞ。
I mean, it's not like it's not still interesting. And he definitely is setting up the distance part. So let me just keep reading to figure this out better. Let's go check out that arson site from yesterday. It's close to here. This one looks pretty bad. Go on.
彼はネットに潜り、情報に溺れ、きれいに泳ぐために情報強者となることを目指し、試してくれる都市伝説を好んだ。
It's Takeru looking in on Serika's mind and making his own commentary, isn't it? Correct. That's correct. What I wanted, if I didn't clarify it enough, is it's Takeru looking in on Serika's perspective, and that small distinction there is that when a certain scene happened from Serika's perspective, I wish her internal monologues would have been voiced. If you did that, it would have created an extra layer in terms of meaning, and that would have been cool. So that's it. That's all I'm really saying. But it's from Serika's... Yeah, it is from Serika's perspective. But during that one particular scene, because they didn't switch the internal monologue, which they did to be more clear, you didn't have that fun extra bit of nuance. That's it. That's it. Don't worry about it. It's just a small nitpick. It's still fine. He dived deep into the internet, drowned in information, and tried to become a right-sider to help himself swim. And he chose an urban legend to test his abilities. Go on. Okay.
そして興味は現実の事件へと広がる。きっかけは。
I wonder what the editor did with this scene.
6年生になった時、ニュージェネレーションの狂気が起きました。
Because
2009年です。
You have to write this very cleanly, not to be like super confusing. But you still have visual indications, right? You can't be that confused. I don't think so.
本当に熱に浮かされていました。あの時は。
Okay, take a step back. When we were in 6th grade, the New Generation Madness happened. That was 2009. It was like we'd gone crazy. What was this? This was me yesterday. How? He dived deep into the internet, drowned in information, and tried to become a right-sider to help himself swim. And he chose an urban legend to test his abilities. It sounds kind of mocking. You don't... Drowned in information is a negative way of putting it. And tried to become a right-sider, and you can put that in quotes. Okay. It is mocking him. Okay. When we were in 6th grade, the New Generation Madness happened. That was 2009. It was like we'd gone crazy. What was this? It was me yesterday. How? You're confused about how she's reading your mind?
自分たちが住んでいる渋谷であんなことが起こっているのが最初信じられなくて、ほとんど PC に張り付いて情報を追ってました。
I'm missing the confusion. Okay, keep going.
ああいう大きな事件が起こった時のネットって、本当に数分間目を離していただけで、最前線からの情報からは置いていかれるんです。
when something big like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll get left behind. The context of this was how they were spending time. What the fuck? This is when he was talking to the detective.
尾上と交代しながら寝ないで事件を調べて、時には携帯でネットを見ながら事件現場に出かけて、そこの画像を撮ったりしてました。
Okay, go on.
Yeah,
I understand the confusion now. This is interesting.
でも結局それをひっくり返して。
You missed a gigantic reveal, my interpretation of it, and how I can accept it, and what I'm expecting from the visual novel. I highly recommend that you do not watch the stream right now, Peaches, and you look at the archive right now, because you don't want to watch this right now. You just don't. Please. I recommend that you just start from the beginning of the archive.
尾上も僕もとても興奮しました。かっこよく見えたんです、その人が。冤罪を晴らすっていうのは、結局間違った情報に踊らされた人よりも、正しい情報をつかんでそれを突きつけるってことじゃないですか。僕が当時、新聞部の今もですけど、やっていたことの最も大きな形に見えたんです。すごいね、この人、と尾上は言ってました。同感でした。
おっとそうだ、もう一つ。なんであいつを犯人に仕立てる必要がある？お前はあいつが事件を解決すればそれでいいんだろ？
Peaches, do not watch the stream right now, man. Go through the archive, please. Please tell me you're gonna do that. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to do that right now, and then I'm gonna continue. But before we do that and continue with the story, how about I just let you know that you can get $3 off the you can get $3 off during Cyber Monday using the FinestKO coupon code at the checkout screen at PlayAsia.com. PlayAsia.com is the best place to go for your import purchases of video games, figures, DVDs, Blu-rays, whatever the hell you want. You can check them out at www.playasia.com or at PlayAsia to check out their Twitter account, or Facebook.com/PlayAsia. Those are the places to follow to get the best deals on import games from PlayAsia. Okay, that's it. I'm moving forward. I hope to God he's not watching the stream right now, because Peaches is one person who's been really interested in watching Chaos Code this entire time.
それは6年前に起きたニュージェネレーションの狂気がそうだったからだ。
Sikra said he was amazing. I agreed. Oh, one more thing. Why do you need me to make him look like the killer? You just want him to sell the case, right? Here's the answer. Because that's how it was during New Generation Madness 6 years ago. You want to make it look the same. Okay, go on.
あの事件も犯人と目された人間が最終的にはその冤罪を晴らし、事件を解決に導いた。
Oh God. Please don't do what I'm thinking you're doing.
お前がニュージェネにこだわってんのは知ってるよ。わざわざ日付を調整してニュージェネの狂気の再来なんて呼ばれるように仕向けてきたんだからな。
Okay, all right.
ニュージェネに寄せてあんな殺し方したのも、歴史シールを現場に残してそれをタクルに気づかせたのも、全部タクルにニュージェネの再来事件を解決させるためだろ。
Saber, you have to realize one key thing here, and that's that she was made to make. If this is being read correctly, she was made to make the main character fucking stroke his own ego. I would be incredibly surprised if you can defend the main character at this point by saying that he doesn't want this. Okay? Because how the author is setting it up right now is that the main character does not understand himself, which is fucking true, okay? Sarika understands him. Why? Because she can freaking mind read him, and she's an extension of her own body. So here's the thing. This is what you do, all right? So if you want to argue that no, the main character does not actually want this, then you have to do this, which is you have to de-emphasize the author. And this is how it's fine. This is perfectly fine. You can do that. The death of the author and the rise of different interpretations, right? We're de-emphasizing what the author is saying to make our own interpretations, and that's perfectly fine. But you have to do that with the knowledge of what the author is presenting to you, because this is how freaking writing stories works, right? In like plays, as an example, you're essentially making an interpretation of something, right? So here's an idea. Should I even open up? I'll fucking open up my book. Give me a second. Okay, so I'm reading a book called The Art of Dramatic Writing. It's by, I can't even fucking pronounce his name, Lajos Egri. Anyway, this is considered a classical guide to writing a play. And in it, it explains how you would write a play, or dramatic writing in general, correctly, right? And it takes different theories that we've learned in English growing up to what's considered correct writing for a story or a play. And it condenses the ideas to make a more easily understood guide for people to write. So that's what I'm reading. And you don't have to agree with his interpretation of previous works and how to write correctly. That is perfectly fine. But then you would have to go against why this is being taught. Right, anyway. Let me go ahead and give a line as an example, which would be... I freaking mark up this book like crazy. It's... How about this? I could read this, but then it might be too confusing. Because this is without the context of you reading the book. It's just the end of the play. Okay, so then here's an interpretation of something. Frugality leads to waste, okay? So you have three parts in that. You have the first part, which suggests a character. The second part leads to, suggests conflicts. And the third part suggests waste, which is the end. And the idea of that is that you create a premise that guides you as the writer to structure how the story is going to argue for something. And what is that story going to argue? It's going to argue frugality leads to waste, right? So then that's what the author is saying. And the author is going to be doing this. He's going to present to you a bunch of scenes with character interactions, with plot, blah, 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 right? To make that statement in this story true. And if you don't accept that, you are de-emphasizing the author. That is what's happening, okay? So, with how this story is constructed, they are doing it in such a way where the main character is at fault because he created Sarika. Now, at this point of the statement, you can say, no, he is not at fault because he didn't actually want this. But then the author presents you additional information, which is Takeru doesn't actually understand himself. Here is actual evidence on why, right? This scene, this scene, this scene, this scene. And here is Serika, who can fucking read his mind. Additional information that says Takeru doesn't actually understand himself. And so, if he didn't do this by his own will, right? That's the defense that you're making. Then he did this accidentally, but he doesn't understand himself. So he did this without understanding himself. What is he? He is a person who is extremely egocentric and selfish. That's the interpretation that's happening right now. Is it true? The author is at this point saying it's true. And if you say no to that, you're de-emphasizing the author. And okay, that is okay. You can do that, and it's perfectly fine. You just have to realize what you're doing, right? And it's cool, because doing different types of interpretations like that lead to way more interesting debates on literature. And it adds to like people's understanding of certain scenarios, right? So I can have this argument, which coincides, in my opinion, with the author, with visual evidence that I can cite and prove to you, right? That this is how it's being presented to you, and this is the argument that I'm making. But if you de-emphasize the author and emphasize more of a different type of interpretation, that still helps a lot, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Like, how does it work for me? So, I'm a person who respects authority a lot, right? Which is strange. Maybe you don't believe that. But I'm more likely to yield my understanding of something to someone else if I feel that they're more capable of explaining it. So in that situation, it comes up here with the author, because I have a lot of respect for good writers. Therefore, my emphasis on author interpretation that he's presenting to you as a work would be higher. But that's not always going to be the case. So, when other people present perspectives that don't emphasize the author, I like listening to it. If they are aware of what they're doing and are able to provide visual evidence that can prove to the contrary and still works, right? If that all works out, then cool. That's actually cool. Anyway, that's it. I'm done. If you understood everything that I was talking about and you learned something from it, then I'm glad, because that was the whole point. And if not, then fuck. I'm sorry.
殺し方を決めたのはお前だろう。あんな悪趣味なものまで私のせいにするな。
So anyway, personally right now, I would like to de-emphasize the author. I would like an argument that saves fucking Serika, because I'm biased. No, honestly, right? I'm gonna admit that. I like this character a lot, and I would like an interpretation that defends her. So if there's another interpretation that does so, fuck, I'll do it. People do this all the time. Hell, man. let's go like play Phoenix Wright or something.
あのくらいの思考誘導試させてもらわねえと面白くねえだろ。んで、もうこれまでで十分お膳立ては揃ってるだろ。なんで解決の流れまで昔の事件を真似る必要があるんだ。
Okay, so let's go back to this. Let me see, where are we? But we've already set everything up this far, right? Why does it have to end the same way as that old case? Go on.
もう一度言う。彼を見くびるな。
Don't underestimate him. Okay, so it's heavily implying something right now, but I don't think it's been stated yet, right? So the thing that's being implied is I am doing all these murders exactly like the new generation murders that happened 6 years ago because I want to stroke someone's ego. That's what's being implied. I'm seeing it's being stated, which is 100% I am doing that because of that. It was your idea to make all the dates match and have people start calling it to Return of the New Generation Madness. The whole reason you patterned the murders off the New Generation killings and left the sumo stickers at the scene for Takeru to find was to let him resolve the Return of the New Generation Madness, right? Then, was the theory that I'd come up with the newspaper club room right? It was Serika who was manipulating the characters and setting up the game. and her real goal was me. So this is all interpretation yet still from him, the main character, who has been unreliable. So she hasn't stated yet. You came up with the murders. Don't blame those sick things on me. I'll have at least test my mind control a little. It's no fun. But we've already set everything up. Find this far, right? Why does it have to end the same way as that old case? Why does it have to end the same way as that old case? She didn't answer. I'll say it again. Don't understand. That's not an answer, yeah.
宮代拓は際限なく求め続ける。彼が私を生み出した目的は。
Okay. The question again was, but we've already set everything up this far, right? Why does it have to end the same way as that old case? Why does it have to end the same way? Don't underestimate him. That's not an answer to that. Takeru will keep looking. The reason he created me is... Okay, so we don't even get a statement. Okay, so it's not actually 100% confirmed. She didn't say it herself. Okay. So this is more evidence. It was me back then when I ran into the shelter.
そうだ。そうだよ。
What does this do? I'm thinking about this because this is interesting, but I'm not sure if it adds. I don't know. This is okay. They were probably trying to help a woman who was injured and covered in blood. Sorry, what? They asked me to help. I couldn't move. I couldn't think clearly, even though I knew how to give first aid. So he had the way to save this person, but he couldn't think clearly. Go on. Okay. This is a scene that I recall reading. I couldn't make the right decisions. That's what I thought. So past tense. So either he's correct, I could have saved that person, but nah. Or that's what I thought. In the past, I could save that person. I don't know. Okay, so we're seeing this scene again.
Takeru? なんなの? こんな時まで迷惑かけないで。助かるのよ。
僕は助かる。
いいから早く。
Ah, okay. Was this the first time we read this line? Because this gets a lot of context. I mean, I understand his resentment, but how do I explain this? It's an ego thing too. So what is it? Did I really not see this line before, or did it not exist at this point? Because this is so much extra context that I would figure I would understand if I read it. Those wrong-siders in the class never did anything good before, but now they want to be good? And they want to look at me like I was worthless? So ego thing here. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want him, so you would... Interesting. My mom was yelling something. So this is his interpretation of the events, which is more selfish. And is this what's causing it? Because now it's framed in the context of him not understanding himself, and he sounds extremely egocentric. Yeah, okay. I think this is him looking back and narrating in retrospect. This is him looking back and narrating in retrospect. I am now 17. I'm looking back when I was 6. I am narrating what I'm saying. Is that true? But I couldn't hear it then, and I couldn't hear it now. So narration equals him when he's 17. Dialogue equals him when he was 6. But they did it in the narration here. Why is he thinking this? This sounds like as if he were 6. I saw myself holding my head in pain. These wrong-siders did anything good before, but they want to be good now? Is that what they're doing on purpose? Do you see what I'm saying? He's thinking what he was thinking then. So it's a combination of him looking back on himself in the narration, right? So proof of that would be my mom was yelling something. No, that's not it. Where was that line? That's right. Where's Serica? What kind of person just gets saved? Did I get confused? Wrong. There was a line that said that implied that it was him 17. What did I want to do? Then. But I couldn't hear it then, and I couldn't hear it now. That was the line. But I couldn't hear it then, and I couldn't hear it now. So what if this is me being 6 years old? I couldn't hear it then. I couldn't hear it when I was a kid back then. When I was 5. My mom was yelling something. I couldn't hear it then. When my mom yelled something in the past, I couldn't hear it then. And I can't hear her yelling now. Therefore, this is what? This event that's happening is him seeing his thoughts as he was 6 years old. So far, I have not found evidence of the narration being him when he's 17. I'm saved. I remember thinking that. Again. All I could do then was open my eyes and stare at them. I'm saved? I remember thinking that. By people who had never cared about me before? This is confusing. I'm actually having that issue right now of telling who's interpreting the scene. What are you doing here? Suddenly my parents appeared. That was right. It was when I run into them at the shelter. That was right. It was when I run into them. Okay, I'm living this event right now. What are you doing here? Suddenly my parents appeared. How would I... Okay. I am here now. Okay. What are you doing here? Suddenly my parents appeared. Fine. That was right. It was when I'd run into them at the shelter. Ah, so it's not me when I'm 6 years old. It's when I'm 17. Because this is a line that says that's the case. It was when I'd run into them at the shelter. I wouldn't be able to say that if I was living the scene right now. That's right. How would I say it? That's right. That's right. I had just run into them at the shelter. What? They were yelling something at me excitedly, and they grabbed my... Okay, so that's on purpose. This is definitely on purpose. It's the current main character looking at himself in the past, narrating his thoughts on what's happening. And there's a confusion between him as a 6-year-old thinking these thoughts, and him as 17 analyzing his thoughts as he was 6. And that distinction there, I think, is supposed to be muddled Because the argument they're making here is that he doesn't understand himself. And so he is getting evidence in front of his face that he doesn't understand himself. And so that strange muddling between his thoughts that he's older and his thoughts that he was younger is to create that situation. I think that's correct. Why? Why are they mixing his narration again? Okay, so what is the scene trying to do? It's trying to provide evidence for something. What is that evidence? What's the argument? Takaru doesn't understand himself. Here's a scene in which his thoughts from the past and his thoughts now are being intermixed, where it's difficult to tell who the fuck is thinking that. Okay. Why does that defend the argument that he doesn't understand himself? Because we are seeing it through his perspective, and we are being confused on who is speaking. Okay. There's more to it. Mixing narration would show he hasn't changed. He's still egotistic. That would defend the argument. You're right. You're right. That's it. Thank you. So it gets really hard sometimes when you're reading text like this and you have to make your own interpretations of things and defend the argument repeatedly. So I appreciate when people do that. Okay, she was always on my side. What? But I was doing what I was supposed to do. I was saving her life. That's right. Where's Serika? I'd carried Serika on my back to get her to the hospital. I couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. But I was doing what I was supposed to do. I was saving her life. You dodged saving someone else, by the way. Serika would understand that. She always told me what I did was right. Stroking the ego. Okay. She was always on my side. You people should just go away forever. So that's the wish? Okay, and they punctuate it with this line. So are they going to leave it like that, or are they going to continue with more clarification? Because if they're going to punctuate it with this line, and they had this line before, then you have two wishes. And you have to figure out which one it is. You people should just go away forever, or save me. Okay, so clarification. That was your wish. Okay, so the implication was correct. Does that make sense? How does this make sense? Okay, so the implication was there, and we were right about it. But how does this logically connect correctly? I'm confused. Hi, my name is Takaru. I'm a self-centric piece of shit. How do I connect this thought to I want to do something? What's happening here? Shut up. You just think I'm in the way, don't you? I think the same thing. You're in my way. What could I do? What did I want to do? Why was I here? Back. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want him. You just think I'm in the way. You want to save me? In reality, you think I'm just in the way. But I think the same thing about you. You're in my way. What could I do? You're in my way, what could I... What's that jump? There's something I'm not understanding here. You think I'm in the way, don't you? I think the same thing. You're in my way. What could I do? What did I want to do? Okay, so... No! Don't save me! What do I want to do? Okay. That's right. What do I want to do? That's right. Where's Serica? What I want to do, save Serica. Isn't that fucking hypocritical? That's the point though, isn't it? Okay, hang on. Your mom wants to save you. Shut up, don't save me. You just think I'm in the way. Guess what? I think the same thing. You're in the way. Hey, I want to save Serica. I think the same way as my mom. It's an ego thing. 100%. Okay, so down, down, down. I think the same way. I think like my mom. Serica, save me, please. Save me by being someone to be saved. That doesn't quite work yet. Please give me something to do. Help me do it. So the reason why I'm having such trouble connecting these thoughts is I don't think this way. And that's why it's so hard for me to understand this. I want to do something. Hi, I'm the main character. I don't want to be saved because when I am saved, it means I am not special. And people are looking down on me. Don't save me, Mom. I know you don't want me. I want to do something. Where's Serica? I want to save Serica. ... Serica, save me. By giving me something to do. Why is there a gap there that I don't understand? It just doesn't make sense to me. Is anyone else confused, or am I the only one? I don't get that. I just don't understand it. Jesus, this is such a different thought process. I don't want to be saved. Because when I am saved, it makes me feel less special. Okay. Serica, where are you? I want to save you. Serica, save me. Why is there that jump? I want to save you. Make myself feel special. Serica, save me. To make me feel special. Why don't you just save her? And then you feel special. Okay, so let me read what you're saying so I can understand the thought process. Think you are a right setter and can do anything. Can't do anything at a critical moment and look down upon classmates. Ends up being saved by parents instead. He literally did nothing despite thinking he could do anything. He wants to do something. I believe I can do anything. But in reality, I can't do anything. I'm being saved by someone who's rejected me. And I don't want to be saved by that person. I can't do anything. I want to do something. Serica, save me. Save me from this truth that I don't want to believe in, which is I can't do anything. There it is. Thank you. I'm sorry that took so long, but that was the hardest jump for me to understand. Save me from this truth, which is I can't do anything. Wow, that happened in the span of seconds. And now she read my mind, and she knew what I just realized. Stop. My wish to Serica was save me. My wish to Serica was save me from the truth. The truth is I can't do anything. You were taking his body away to make me believe something else. Are you still acting on that impulse? No, because you were being... No! You mind controlled yourself just to make me think that? Wow. That's so selfish. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Oh, man. Where do we even go from here? I don't know. Oh yeah, that's right, you stabbed me. But then you repaired me? What? Hmm.
全部茶番だったのかよ。
How many twists did they do in the last few seconds? Did at any time my faith faltered? Yes, because I accepted that the author could do this in a way that would be acceptable. But no, because I didn't like it. So what? Just because I don't like it doesn't mean it doesn't have to happen. But I didn't have any indication of that being a different cue. So I didn't see a different cue to give that interpretation a different kind of direction. Doesn't matter. No. Yes, on a moral level and personally it matters to me. But no, on an artistic level, no. This is really bothersome. Not what I'm thinking, but how I feel right now. How do I explain this? It doesn't matter. Let's just get going. I'm just really disturbed by the fact that that was the wish.
それでこのままお前が真犯人として名乗り出て終わりってわけ？いや違うか。それじゃあ僕が解決したことにならないもんな。その実感が持てないもんな。
I mean, no, don't feel mad, man. It's fine. This is not like what's that argument? This is not a he said she said kind of argument. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. It's just I didn't expect the main character to be that selfish. It's something that even I wasn't expecting. It was just so fucking wow. I had so much trouble fathoming someone who had a belief like this.
やめろ。
そうか。父さんがあくまで真犯人役か。僕が父さんを殺して自分の手で終わらせたと思ったところで僕を。
違う。
それからお前は。はあ。世間に流す情報の調整をしたのか。もしかしてさっきスマホをいじってたのはそれ。警察にでも連絡したのか。
違
う。だよな。6年前のニュージェネ事件で一度あの人は公開処刑になってるもんな。警察に捕まえさせて大勢の前に引きずり出さないといけないもんな。
Hey, that's actually a really good point, All Stars Racing. Could I ask you a question, guys? You remember the novel Frankenstein, written by, I think, Percy Shelley, right? It's been a long time since I read that. How was Frankenstein? Frankenstein is the doctor, the scientist who creates the creation. And for some reason, the creation is called Frankenstein. The guy with green hair and bolts, right? That's in the novel, Frankenstein's a scientist. Anyway, what was the scientist like? And was the creation anything like him? It's been a long, long time since I read that novel. Was it Mary Shelley or Percy Shelley? It was Mary Shelley?
で、僕が危機に陥った時に、父さん、佐久間が真犯人だったっていう証拠が出てきて、
Mary Shelley, okay.
僕は一転英雄になる。そういうことか。なあ、尾上。
Doctor was passionate about creating life. The monster was a clean slate. The monster strong arms him into continuing but asking for a partner. I recall that.
「こっちみんなの大谷が死んだのも、オトモレタンの高柳が死んだのも、有村の知り合いだった柿田が死んだのも、ネット記者の渡部が死んだのも、南沢千里に見せかけられた灰田が死んだのも、伊藤が操られて結衣を殺したのも、野々が死んだのも、全部僕のせいなのかよ。
違う、私がやったこと
だ。そうだ、お前がやった。僕がお前にやらせたんだ。
違うって言ってるだろ。
久野里さんの言った通りだ。僕の周りで事件に関する出来事が起きすぎてる。当然だよな。僕が解決するために仕組まれた事件なんだから。僕の両親を殺したのは、あの時僕が消えてなくなれと願ったからだろう。事件は見事だったよ。やりたいことだったよ。美味しいネタだと思ってたよ。僕は中途半端なものじゃ解決したいって最後まで思わないもんな。
Okay, so back onto a topic that I've been really interested in talking about. I mentioned it in the stream before. Remember when I said, I put this on my Twitter so I could remember. The line I specifically told myself in my Twitter account was, when does a lie tell more than the truth? When does a lie tell more than the truth? Isn't this it? And this is also an example in which if you kept with the lie, then the person wouldn't be ruined. But I don't know how many people in the chat would be like, hey, we should keep this under wraps and not tell the truth. Can anyone make that argument? Anyone at all? We should have not told him the truth, that he is responsible for all of this. That's... I don't know. You would have to make an argument that he isn't, but he himself says he is. And the author is saying he is. And Serica is saying he isn't. But I can't believe Serica.
やめろ。 カなことは考えるな。やめてくれ。やめろと言うんだ。
お前は僕を殺せないだろう。
もう一度意識を奪う。目が覚めた頃には全てが終わっている。
何に？
お前が本当にやりたいことはお前が今考えているようなことじゃない。前代未聞の事件を解決した英雄としてこの世界に認められることだ。
Okay. But if that happens, I'm pretty fucking sure most of the people reading this will be pissed off. So he can't have the same ending as the ending in Chaos Head. He has to have a different ending. Obviously.
そんなこと僕は望んでない。
So then that distinction is made. Why? Because he doesn't deserve it. That's why. Okay. Go on.
望んでいる。私だからわかる。いや、私にしかわからないんだ。
どうして？
来いよ。舞台に上がれ。尾上セリカ。
You know, I'm thinking to myself right now, I'm 100% sure you guys know this already, but sometimes villains are made to be reflective of the hero. That makes sense, right? I have certain qualities as the villain that are reflective of the hero. And if the hero had walked down this path, you could have easily have been me. And having that contrast allows you to appreciate the hero, so a foiling as an example, but also understand that it could have easily have been him. And doing that kind of contrast and comparison allows you to see nuances in morality and other aspects of the story, right? You've seen that before. I believe in you, trust me. Everyone has seen it before. Anyway, I'm thinking right now because I'm trying to remember the last time I read or watched something where the main hero is foiled with a villain. In this case, they wanted to set it up this way, where Takaru is the hero and the villain is Serika, right? Foiled in that way, where you learn more about the main character, but truthfully, the villain was the main character. What does that do? I'm using the wrong word here, actually. It's actually antagonist, to be more specific to what I'm saying. But, no, they really wanted a black and white scenario here. And it completely unfolds and it's not black and white. So it is supposed to be hero and villain, but then it breaks down and then it becomes the hero is the villain. And that's something I am really interested in right now. Huh. Wow. That was a lot of work. I'm impressed.
どうしてだ?
Just writing structure-wise, I appreciate this visual novel. I don't agree with everything, but wow, he, I think, the author, has managed to deny certain conventions expected of this story in ways that didn't really feel like it was cheapening the experience. Well, initially, it felt like he was cheapening the experience, but it's okay now. I guess I'm still willing to accept this because I understand what he's trying to do, the author. But
どうして犯人として名乗り出ようとする? いや、どうしてそれが許せるんだ?
Okay, so then I need to keep reading.
その情報に踊らされているのは下に集まっている連中、情弱たちだぞ。
What's she saying? She's saying, why are you bothering to do this? The wrong-siders are actually wrong. It's in their name. Why would you sacrifice yourself for the people you've persecuted this entire time?
情報強者のお前が最も嫌う。情弱だ。自分たちが偽の情報に誘導されていることに気づきもしない。疑いもしない。映画でも見るような感覚で、お前の自殺を見物にやってきた、くだらない奴らなんだぞ。お前が名乗り出れば、そいつらの格好の餌だ。なんで自殺しない、クズ、いや神だ。何を叫ばれるか、想像できるだろう。
Oh, jeez. So I don't want this to happen either. And I want something to happen in which everyone is redeemed. What a surprise. But how would you write that correctly? How do you even... Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? How do you even forgive the main character at this point? That's what you have to write, and that's how hard it is. Shit. I guess I'll ask you guys again. Do you forgive the main character? If the story ended here, would you forgive the main character?
Boku 情弱だ。
え？
小さい頃からいつも隣にいた幼馴染のことさえ
Yes,
何にも知らなかった。
Probably not. The only way for him to be forgiven would be take the blame for murders, which is what he's trying to do. And he's actually trying to do that. Yeah, okay.
Mo 終わってるんだよ。ゲームメーカー。
Yeah, honestly, it's because he regrets his decisions and is willing to hang himself for the things that he's done, and he will not forgive himself. That will allow me to forgive him. That's the strangest combination of things. But that's how I feel, at least. And I don't know if there's any way to socially redeem him or to morally redeem him. And that's what I'm looking for right now. And that's what the author is going to write, right? So remember this point right now and how you feel. Because I'm going to ask you at the end of this game if you accept what happens at the end of the game. That's cool. I like that. That's something that happens a lot in fight scenes. When you're fighting with someone, you've always seen this before. Fucking flashbacks, right? But also, the nature of a fight is like you're communicating. I know you've seen this before, right? That I am talking with my fists. Yeah, right? And it's true. It really is. It's like when people can't speak through their words, they can speak through their actions, and fights can be like that. So when they're swinging their fists, it's not just flashbacks, it's that they're connecting to each other. And that literally happened earlier. So it's taking like a convention and then applying it specifically to this area.
Ne, Taku, 最後のとこ、何か変なの映ってなかった？
So then for you to forgive Takeru, besides him being regretful, right? We're going back to agency again. Because that's happened multiple times, right? Where we're talking about this person didn't have control. You can't blame them. Right? I said that for Serika. This person doesn't have control. You can't blame her. Ito, who killed your sister, was mind controlled. You can't blame him. He didn't want to do that. And then we're going back to the main character again, right? And then does that argument work? He didn't want this. But truthfully, he did. And how do you create nuance on that situation? Truthfully, he wanted this, but he wasn't in control, right? If you can argue for that, you can redeem him. And that goes way back into like morality, and that goes into his past and into how he was born, right? And that's how you would defend that argument. At least that's how I would see it.
ほら、ここ、これ、窓の外。
Like, how many levels of agency this visual novel does is extreme, and it's actually really cool. I like that.
あの時も。
Let me see what your argument is. But like, say you weren't all powerful and you just asked a friend to give you something you wanted to do. I'm sure a lot of people have literally done exactly that. You just asked a friend to give you something you wanted to do. Okay, Tommy, I want to play video games. Give me a game. Yeah, sure. Okay. Asked a friend to give something you wanted to do. If your friend went and created an elaborate murder case for you to solve, would that really be on you? No. Because I have no control over my friend. But the problem with that argument is I have control over Serika if I'm the main character. No, that's not entirely true. At a certain point, I no longer have control of Serika, unless I knew. If I knew 100% that I had control over Serika, I would say, Serika, stop what you're doing. What are you doing? But then she would look inside of me and say, you don't really want me to stop. And she would be right. Okay, so then how do I make her stop? Serika, stop. You don't really want me to stop. Yes, I do. Because I'm hurt by the fact that you did this. I would have to convince her by convincing myself first. That's the problem. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. I don't know. But the fact that we're all thinking about this makes me appreciate this more. There's no right answer. I wonder where we're gonna go. She's not gonna kill me. I think ultimately she can't win. There's no way she can win. It's true. She's programmed not to win. Even if she knocks me out, she still won't win. I can just go to the police and say I did it.
もういいだろ。やめてくれ。そのままおとなしく眠るといい。そろそろ警察がここに来る。
Wait, but the problem here is that I can't convince her to stop fighting against me because the truth is I don't want this. How do you change that?
大丈夫。目が覚めて時間が経てば、お前は必ず気がつく。
I mean, I can think of a solution, but it's radically crazy. You would have to strike yourself as like you're going to kill yourself. Not like you're going to kill yourself. You have to do it. And she has to stop that.
そうだ。私には絶対勝てない。頼むから動かないでくれ。これ以上、傷口を広げないでくれ。もうよせ。余計なことは考えるな。
関係ない。考えが読まれていようが、この手なら関係ない。それならやめろー。できないわけないよな。
Oh my god. This might be a little bit melodramatic, but I'll accept it. Oh, is this a loop story? What implied that? Give me a second. Nothing implied that. It's just a random thought that popped in my head. Oh shit, that's it? Okay.
Moshi, 僕です。一席ぶってもいいですか？エンディングに行く前に。
You're talking to me? Where was it? Serga changed the form of her detour and spurred out as far as I would go. She was going to try and block them all. Sent them all flying at Serika. Oh, so in a split decision, you switched it. Because either it was you die or she dies. Either would work.
Miyashiro? 無事なのか? 何があった?
例えばですけど、自分が高い建物の上の方に住んでいるとして、窓から外を見たら、女が男を殺していたとするじゃないですか。警察に通報しようと携帯を耳に当てたとき、女がこっちを見て目が合ってしまったんです。女は、こっちを指さして口を動かしてます。何を言ってると思いますか？
まさか思考誘導されてるのか？そんな信憑性皆無なサイコパス診断がどうした？
Sure. Someone whose abnormal personality poses a threat to themselves or society. In Japan, they're referred to as having an antisocial personality disorder. They're extremely lacking in morals and empathy, and sometimes can commit vicious crimes. The primary cause of psychopathy, wow, I can't pronounce that, is believed to lie within the brain, particularly the frontal lobe. I didn't know that. Huh. Well, hang on, the frontal lobe, isn't that where empathy resides? In which case, yeah, that makes sense.
"普通の人ならこう考える。例えば、そこを動くな、通報するな、とかね。1、2、3。こっちが何階にいるか数えているんだって。そう。目撃者を殺しに行くためにです。被害者側じゃなくて、加害者側に立って考えるから、ということらしいんですけど。
Oh shit, I guess I'm a psychopath. You know what I thought she was gonna say? You're next. Tonight, you.
僕も正直そんなのは嘘だと思うんです。本当のサイコパスはそんなこと思わないんじゃないでしょうか。
Oh shit, am I saved? Okay.
エド・ゲインでもヘンリー・リー・ルーカスでも誰でもいいんですけど、もし彼らがこの質問をされたらきっと質問自体が理解できないと答えるでしょうね。
Henry Lee Lucas, a real American serial killer. Some say that he killed over 300 people between the early 1950s to early 1980s. He's one of the models for the genius cannibal psychiatrist in a famous American horror movie. Well, hey, and while a prisoner, he was an official member of the Special Task Force dedicated to solving the crimes he committed. Wow! Died in prison from heart failure in the year 2001. A real-life American murder. Gain dug up local graves dozens of times to remove the bodies of freshly buried women, which he turned into vests, socks, masks, and other things for him to wear. He only killed 2 people in his lifetime, but his shocking crimes left a huge impression in the public mind, making him the model for many fictional characters. One of the most famous figures in American criminal history. He died of cancer-induced respiratory failure at a mental hospital in 1984. Okay.
明日の晩ご飯とか、質問した連中の服が気に入らないとか、被害者側でも加害者側でもない、どっか遠くからものを考えてると思うんです。ロールシャッハテストでも何でも、彼らの口から出てくる回答はきっと意味なんてない。すべてはきっとクソったれなゲームだったんだから。だから思うんです。あいつは何を考えていたんだろうって。あいつ、何を聞かれても、何を喋っていても、実は別のところを見てたんです。一つの目的だけを見てたんです。
お前、思考誘導されていないな。佐久間と尾上はどうした？お前は無事なのか？
あなたにはなんとなく分かっていたんですよね。
正確にはもちろん知らない。ただ私が想像していることに近いのであれば、あいつは間違いなく向こう側だ。シリアルキラーという意味でもそうだが、こちら側にいる一般人とは最もかけ離れた存在だ。
でしょうね。きっとあいつもさっきの質問をされたら回数なんか数えない。どうすれば僕は知ることができたんですかね。
そんなことはいい。答えろ。お前は無事なのか？
いえ、僕のことはいいんです。どうすれば彼女を理解してやれたと思いますか？
そんなことは不可能だ。言ったろ。あいつは向こう側の人間。いや、存在なんだ。こちら側にいるお前に理解できるはずがない。
Question to the chat, because this is going to depend on your perspective of things. The question is this. It's not actually my question, but this is the question that the main character is saying. How do you think I could have understood her? And her answer is, she was a different kind of human. There was no way you could have understood her at all. That answer can be interpreted, as far as I'm aware right now, right? 2 ways. One, literally, as you're reading on the page, she is saying, you can't understand her. What are you talking about, right? She's different from us. Or, she's lying. She's creating a defense for the main character, which is, excuse me, I burped again. How do I explain this? Yeah, she's creating a defense for the main character. So, is she aware of Serica and what Serica is to the main character, in which case she is defending him, or is she unaware, and so what she's saying is about the context of that. Which one is it? We'll figure it out maybe in the future, but what do you think now is all I'm asking.
どうした？
いえ、何でもありません。すいません。後のことをよろしくお願いします。
待て、宮代。一つだけ聞かせろ。
はい？
お前はこちら側にいると言ってしまったが、ちなみにお前ならなんて答えるんだ？
さっきの質問ですか？もちろん僕も123なんて数えないですよ。でも通報するなとも言いません。だってネットで先に答えを見ちゃいましたから。
Did they draw this, or did they take one of the already created images and just photoshopped her like that? I don't know. It's a little bit awkward. Looks like they did the latter. That's a face I recognize.
Tada, もう必要ないけどな。
嫌だ。
殺すわけじゃない。分かってるだろ。どうせなら
殺してよ。
どうしてそんなことを言うんだ。僕は僕ならそれができる。僕にしかできない。 ダメだ。お前は普通の女の子になるんだ。それじゃあ、さよなら。
13を確保。13の氏名は宮代拓18歳、私立碧峰学園3年。宮代拓を確保。
Oh shit, New Kairos. Thank you for resubscribing, man. If you think that what Takeru did to Serika was fulfilling her wish, then you're wrong. That's certainly not what she wants. So again, the question of agency, right? But if you're saying that by her losing all her memories, she will truly be happy, then I also think that's wrong. But I guess that depends on what you consider true happiness. So, how about this? Here's the red pill, and here's the blue pill. Is it blue? It's blue, right? I forgot. If you take the red pill, you'll forget everything you did, and you'll be a happy person. But if you take the blue pill, you will realize everything you've done. Which pill would you take? I'm guaranteeing that you'll be happy if you take the red pill. But can you live with that? My answer would be no. I don't care if I would be happy with the red pill because I want to live with what I've done. And that's my choice. And to me, taking the red pill is not me being happy. That's me living a false happiness. And I don't want that. Right? If I achieve any happiness after living through what I've done, then I've deserved it. Because somehow I've managed to do that. Despite everything I've done. The implication here is I've done something bad, right? That's the red pill, blue pill thing I'm telling you right here. So that's what's happening with Serika, right? Do you want the red pill? No, I don't want the red pill. That's okay. Here's some water. I'm going to color the red pill blue. Take the blue pill. Right? That's really what's happening here. She's not happy about it. And even if she will become happy about it, you erased absolutely everything about her. And then, I don't know. You think she's happy? I don't. Even if she smiles, I don't think she's happy. And if you think that is making her redeemed, I don't think so either. That's not her being redeemed. You can hate her for that, but she's not happy. And again, it's not her fault. Unless you really want to argue against absolutely everything the author has written about how Serika somehow has agency in what she does after everything we've been presented, then that would be hard to do, but if you do it, I'd be impressed. So, you don't like Takeru, you've already said that, and you don't like Serika. That logically connects, and that makes sense, right? You can't forgive Serika, and you can't forgive Takeru. But to say that she is somehow going to be happy after that, I don't think really works. She deserves punishment, not a savior. Okay. How do I put this? Her taking the red pill is punishment. It's the biggest punishment you can give her. Because you've essentially said, everything you've done means nothing now. That's what the red pill means. That's why I wouldn't take it. That's why Serica doesn't want that. And if you can think of a better punishment than everything you've done in your past life means absolutely nothing, please tell me what it is. Because I would prefer death than everything I've done in my past life means absolutely nothing.
You? もうできるから。
I don't see what he did to her as punishment. Well, he certainly didn't see that. But in Serica's view, it is. And that's because how Serica views Takeru is through a slanted lens that's hard to understand. But I get it. Right? No, I can't say right, because you don't get it. I don't think I can explain this one to someone who doesn't understand the concept yet. Or no, this isn't even me just explaining. This is just beliefs, actually. I see it as him giving her clean slate. None of these murders really happened. Here, have this happiness. Here's the thing, though. That's the argument we're making, essentially, for Serica is that that's not truly her happiness. And you're taking away, again, her agency. And you're also taking away every single past moment she had that meant something to her.
私がやるって言ったのに。
I guess it's still fine. You can definitely argue that she wasn't punished. It was a reward for everything she's done. But I feel like that's ignoring, again, what Serica wants. And I'm trying to figure out an instance in which that's similar to what's happened. I think you would have to change your wording for it to be specific. It's not really. Your murder would never be brought to actual justice. Saber, do you blame Ito for what he did? And if you don't remember, Ito was the person who was mind-controlled to kill the main character's sister. Yeah, we haven't even gone to the true route yet. There's a bunch of other things that are going to happen.
座ってていいよ。
Ah, your emphasis on the regret. This is a really good discussion to have, though. Keep talking about this and just think about it, because the visual novel wants you to think about it. Hey, Backzack, how you doing? As a person or as a tool? So here's the thing, right? I equate Serica Serika's situation to be the same situation as Ito. Ito was mind controlled to kill someone against his own will. Serika is, quote, unquote, mind controlled to kill someone against her own will. For you to defend Ito and not to be able to defend Serika is a problem. But there is a way to do it, and it has to do with regret, I think is what you would have to argue. Serika doesn't regret what she's done. But she can't even regret what she's done. So where do we go? Can she regret what she's done? Can I make her regret what she's done? If I'm Takeru, can I make Serika regret what she's done? I would have to want it from the like absolute most inner aspect of my being for her to regret what she's done. And we're saying, Saber, that she can't actually regret what she's done. It's not possible for her to do so. She can't choose anything. She can't regret anything. She can't feel a certain way you want her to feel because she's not able to, because the main character made her that way. So you're blaming someone who can't even do it. That's not fair. That's really not fair. It's like blame. No, that really is, isn't it? Isn't that blaming Ito for killing the sister? It's the same thing, isn't it? If you blame Serika and you don't blame Ito, how do you resolve that? Can you solve that? And if you can solve that, then you defended the argument. But if you can't, then that's the problem, right? Like right now, I'm thinking how to defend that argument. I'm thinking how to do that. Okay, so I blame Serika, but I don't blame Ito. How do you do that? Okay, the commonality is both of them don't have free will. Both of them did things against their will. Ito did something against his will. He didn't want to kill someone, but he did. Did Serika want to kill someone? You would have to argue yes. You have to argue yes, Serika wanted to kill someone. Because she wanted to kill someone for Takeru. Because she was made to be that way. Therefore, she wanted to kill someone. The next thing I would have to argue is that Ito regrets what he did, but Serika didn't regret what he did. She did. God, hang on. I'm trying to make this argument. It's not easy. Okay, so that's the only two things that I have to make this argument. That she wants to do, that she wanted to do it, and she doesn't regret it. Those are the two things. That's all I have. That's all I can think of right now. Because otherwise, Ito and Serika are the same to me. But the thing is, she has no will, right? I can't make her care. Unless I, deeply inside of me, say, Serika, I want you to care. But the main character doesn't want that. And that's the problem. So I can't fault her. But I'm trying to make the argument. This is good. Because, as a test for your ability to understand an argument, you have to be able. You don't have to, but it's good to be able to argue for a different position. So I'm trying to do it now. Okay, so I had to start with this. Serika wanted to kill someone. Why? She wanted to kill someone for Takeru. So I have to de-emphasize agency. How do I defend this argument? Okay, and she doesn't regret what she's done. Is there anything else? This is too hard. I need something else. I would need like a real life situation for this or something. What? How does it even apply to real life? That's so hard. She killed someone, doesn't regret what she's done. If it's done in real life, fucking she'd be go to jail, of course. You would go to jail. That's it. Right? Because, unfortunately, you can't defend a person who doesn't regret it and killed someone, even if their past leads to that. And that's what the author is trying to say. So, no, that's not true. The author is trying to show you someone who doesn't regret what she's done and chose to kill but didn't have control over either. That is what the author is trying to tell you. Okay. Jesus. It really depends on the circumstance, doesn't it? Yeah, but I wouldn't forgive that person either, because regret matters. But in the context of this story, it's so unfair, because it's truly not within their will. But that's not realistic. Right? Okay, fine. Think of a realistic scenario in which that does happen. Okay, fine. I'm the person who's killed someone, and I don't regret it. Why? I had to kill him for the right reason. Sure, the person was after my life. That's not the situation, though. That doesn't work. Defending my family doesn't work. Okay, fine. Defending my family. Does that work in a situation? Killing this person somehow is defending Takeru. I'm defending his ego. I can't accept that. Killing this person is somehow saving him. That's like the longest jump I would have to do. Killing this person is somehow saving Takeru. I know Takeru because I'm a mind reader. I know that once his ego falls, he'll kill himself. Killing this person is saving Takeru. That's a jump. That's the fucking longest jump I could make. Would I fault Serika for that? Without the context, I would. See, but your examples, Saber, aren't working because they don't work in a. You would have to give me a really strong anecdote for this, for me to see how it's applicable to real life. And at this point, I'm looking at the author and saying, "What are you saying about real life?" Because as much as I am able to feel an understanding and empathy for the character and characters, period, because this is just a fucking gigantic mess that no one actually wanted, to some degree, except Takeru, which sucks, right? But he's developing now, and he needs to figure out. I'm essentially saying that this story continues, and it does, obviously, right? He needs to figure out how to make himself actually care. To actually not be selfish. To be selfless, right? And if he can do that, Serica will not kill people. That's what he needs to do. And if he actually cares, Serica will stop. It's like a remote control, isn't it? It's like he's remote controlling Serica. Does that work? Okay, I'm remote controlling Serica. I killed someone with Serica. It's my fault. Serica is not at fault. That's how it works, isn't it? If I remote controlled a drone and I dropped a bomb in your house, it's not the drone's fault, it's mine. I mean, here, just give it some time, Saber. How about we just keep reading this visual novel and then tell me if at the end of the visual novel you accept it. And the answer is no, and you can't accept the answer the author gives you because I'm interested in it now, right? Because to me, this scenario is not realistic. It's one where without the context of this story, you could not agree with. If someone kills someone in real life and doesn't regret it, what is there to do? I can't empathize with that person. And I'm a person who fucking empathizes with almost everything, okay? Right? I can't justify that. I can't defend that. I can't argue that. But that's what's happening in this situation right here. But the context is, she has no control over anything. You can't say that about real life, right? At a certain point, someone has agency. And that agency is why you are held to your own mistakes and crimes.
Itadakimasu.
It's fine. Like, I'm really happy we're talking about this. And for the most part, we've been respectful about it, right? So thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I understand where Saber's coming from, because again, like I said, I can't think of a realistic scenario in which case Serica will be forgiven. But in this fiction, right, it's forgiven. And the thing that we can't convey to Saber is that she herself would prefer to be killed than what Takuru did for her. So to her, what he did was bigger punishment, and you're not accepting that fact. What if Saber, what if I was Serica and I said to you right now, I want to die. That would be way better than what he's doing to me. And you said, okay, die. And I'd be like, cool. Right? That's what I wanted. I would prefer to die than be forced to forget absolutely everything I've done. To you, you think that's somehow her living in happiness. But in truth, that isn't. And that's the problem. Because to me, life isn't just about living, right? Life isn't just about living. There is something more important than just living. And that is what Serica is saying. I would rather die than to forget absolutely everything. That was why I was living. And I think you agree too, don't you? That it's not just about living, it's about being alive. That's what life is about. No, that's it, right? Who disagrees with that? Who wants to just live every single day without feeling alive? There's a distinction there. Think about someone who's been raised an assassin, a human weapon. So you're talking about child soldiers, which is actually applicable. That's a real life scenario that is applicable to this. Yeah, it is. Wow, there we go. The first one I thought of. With you, so I appreciate that. No, you have to... Saber, you have to understand this. She's not getting happiness. So again, Saber, do you believe that in life there are far more important things than just living? I could feed you every single day and you'll live outside in a cave and you'll never be able to leave the cave, but you're living. That's not happiness. She's living, but she no longer has a purpose and it's not what she wants. And she even said it herself. I don't want this. And that's it. That's all you have to realize. Because that ending for her is not happiness. She is getting punished for it. No matter how you interpret what she is getting, she is not actually happy. It's like if I got first place for cheating. I got first place for cheating. And you're telling me I'm happy, and I'm telling you I'm not. Fuck, I don't want the money. I cheated to get here. I don't deserve it. And you're telling me I got first place? I don't want you to get first place. I don't want to get first place, but I got it anyway, and I'm not happy about it, right? It's the same damn thing. But give it time, man. Like, it's not like we don't understand where you're going. It's just that we're saying there's nuance here that you have to recognize. And it's because it's a punishment. I'm surprised we haven't finished this yet. I thought we'd be at the end already. This has been long. Maybe because we've been talking so much. Not that I mind. This has been so much better because we're talking. How many minutes? Because Scott's gonna stream soon. $10 minutes if I don't discuss. Okay, let's just go. Yeah, Root Double is on sale right now. And if you care about anything we talked about this entire stream, get Root Double. Because you're going to talk about the exact same things. I'm actually not allowed to stream Root Double past Route B. Or Route B. You can actually call it either. So, unless they change that rule, I'm not going to be streaming Root Double. I played through the entire thing already, though. I wouldn't mind doing it again, just to talk about things.
使ってもらった方がきっといいよ。
Covering the other routes? Chaos Child routes, right? Yes. Root Double? No. I'm legally not allowed to, according to the stream policy of that game.
だね。
My God, but Chaos Child, I was not expecting this whatsoever.
チャオス、ひなえちゃんです。
Every single stream, we talk about so many things. It's ridiculous. I can't... How could I have expected this? And I'm really happy about this. I don't know if the visual novel even deserves this, but it seems to be.
あれれ、花んとこも実習？うん。
Man.
今日の機嫌はいい方か。
Have you watched the opening to this game? It actually doesn't play during the start. I did, actually. And then we stopped. Because I didn't want to show the stream, the opening, of how spoilery it was. But I guarantee you, and I 100% promise you, I'm not lying when I say this. I need to emphasize that everything in the opening did not influence my interpretation of the story. Because I had already assumed or anticipated or understood the aspects of the opening that was spoilery. I actually really dislike that. When openings are complete spoilers, it's like, what the fuck, man? Come on. Oh wow, Neviates, thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. We're about to finish this visual novel, and then Scott is going to transition to East 8. So we're about, 9 minutes away from the finishing of this visual novel. So I'm going to have to not commentate because Scott's waiting on me, so I have to keep going. No, I'm surprised. Anyway, if you enjoyed any of the conversations that we had during the Chaos Child streams, check the archives, because there's a lot of talk about things like this. And some of it's like how the writing that's constructed on the screen conveys a certain idea, what the subtext is, ideas of morality, agency, stuff like that. There's all, I don't know, wow, I'm surprised. There hasn't really been angry debates in the chat. That's nice on the freaking internet for once. Like, everywhere I go, there's angry debates. But anyway, if you're tuning in just now and you want to read Chaos Child on your own, I unfortunately have to say stop watching. We're like 9 minutes away from the ending. Of the common route, rather.
Oh?
The thing is, I wanted to believe in... God, people are watching that haven't seen this. I don't want to spoil. I wanted to believe in that character I loved so much. Wink, wink. But I also didn't want it to be easy either. And they made it in such a way where I'm really accepting of how they handled it. And now I'm left with that same situation where, like, I want something more because of how it's not unfair. It's more like how tragic things have come upon us. No, it's fine, Saber. I believe in you. Trust me. I'm saying in general, I'm super happy that no one's like taking things offensively, right? We're all just having a good discussion. Because I've certainly seen so many insert adjective that means fire discussions. Replace discussions with arguments. I can't think right now, okay? It's like freaking only 8, but I haven't slept.
Achoo! Oh.
Yeah, but remember, again, if you feel a certain way about these characters, remember it, and then see how it ends, right? And tell me how you feel, because I want to ask that to every single one of you in the chat, because I'm curious what you think. And I'm not just curious because of like moral reasons. I'm curious because I want to write. Okay, so it's been hard for me to pay attention, but whatever happened, happened, and now they're allowed to go back to school, and that's the problem. So,
そういえばさ
they're probably going to explain it right now.
セリー、少しだけ光に反応したって。目が覚める兆候かもって。
Serica? Right, because she's not actually dead, but she hasn't woken up.
どうもこうも、宮代先輩の希望通りにするだけだよ。
I'm sorry, Scott. You have to wait a little bit longer. We're hopefully 7 minutes away from the ending. But we're very, very close.
じゃあ、伊藤君の方はもう完全に白？
はい。だいぶ回復してきましたが、本当に思考誘導されていただけのようですね。委員会の情報は持ってないと見ていいでしょう。あと可能性があるのは尾上と宮代だけなんですが。
この状況じゃね。
データを丸ごと消されてしまってはな。
Okay, so we're left with a very bitter ending and not enough information. So then the question I have in my head, which we'll learn later, is how does the author convince you to go down certain paths in a way that makes sense? Or maybe the author doesn't convince you and you just randomly fall upon certain paths and he has to write it in such a way where it all makes sense separately. Back. That night, 3 months ago, she still didn't know what had happened between Miyashiro, Onoe, and Sakuma then. How far back is this? Holy shit. Especially in the light of her last call with Miyashiro, there was a need to question what Serica had told her at Frisha. Are you telling me Serica has been in a coma for fucking months now? Yeah, 3 months. Wow. And she still hasn't woken up. Okay. And if he was no one important, then I forgot why that's a thing that we need to confirm. I forgot. Something with Uki. Right. Why does Uki not know the freaking doctor? That hasn't been confirmed yet.
あと、たどれる可能性があるとすれば。 ここね。カオスチャイルド症候群。
はい。
The Chaos Child Syndrome, huh? Okay. I've forgotten what exactly that is, but I'll check it out later. I don't have the time right now.
どうした？
尾上が。
Well, this isn't a happy song to a happy ending. No, it 100% paid off, Scott. You didn't see it. There's very few people in the chat who completely blame Serica right now. But he's probably not watching the stream. I mean, to say nothing wrong is way too extensive. But to say everything wrong is way too extensive too. It's a really unfortunate situation that she's in. But, the gist of it, Scott, is that she had absolutely no control. Oh man, that's still extensive. She was forced to do what she did. Is a better way to put it. Oh god, you watched the anime? I'm so sorry. Does the anime cover the true end? I can't imagine it does. It's only 13 episodes, right? Sorry.
行こう、タク。
Whoosh! Over my head. What?
速報です。本日午前9時過ぎ、ニュージェネレーションの狂気の再来と呼ばれる連続殺人事件を引き起こした犯人、宮代拓が収容先の病院から姿を消しました。
Okay, so the unfortunate thing is I'm reading so fast I can't absorb it. That's the problem. She slowly stepped into the hospital room. The room was clean, the air was pure. She nodded and said, The person she was looking for was lying there on the bed. Then brought her face close to his as if giving a kiss to a loved one. She was close enough, blah blah blah. Okay, they gave a really funky ending there, in a sense that it seems like, for some reason, it's supposed to be happy.
現場には争ったとみられる警察官の遺体が残されており、
Okay?
なお犯人を病院に収容していた理由ですが、警察はカオスチャイルド症候群者である宮代拓を検査するためと釈明しており、 警備体制に問題はなかったと。
Whoosh over my head. Unfortunately, I didn't understand that. That's kind of sad. Okay, so for the most part, the Chaos Child visual novel I actually really like. And maybe part of that is because we keep having like crazy amounts of discussions in the chat, which is cool, you know, it's awesome. But man, it's been interesting. And I really hope for the finale of this visual novel, because this is not the true end, ends up being a good finish to everything that I want this VN to be. I am surprised I don't know who the author is for this. I'll look it up right now. Let's see. It says the writers are Naotaka Hayashi, Eiji Umehara, Masashi Takimoto, Toru Yasumoto, and the director is Kanji Wakabayashi. Okay. Let me look at the director first. Unless the visual novel database is wrong, as far as I'm aware, this guy has only worked on Chaos Child. Okay. Hayashi Naotaka has worked on Steins Gate Zero as the scenario writer. He was also staff. He's worked on Steins Gate as well. He wrote a lot of shit. So scenario writer, He's done a Remember 11, which I remember. He's done Chaos Head, Steins Gate 0, Anonymous Code. The fuck is that? Scenario Supervision in Steins Gate 0, Absolute Zero, Closed Epicraft, X-Day Protocol, and Delaware Blocks. Yep, he's written a lot. Holy shit. Okay, so then let me see the other guys. So they section it off to certain writers. That's not surprising. Visual novels are freaking long. Okay. Eiji Umehara. Over Sky End. Okay, so for Umehara Eiji, he did Common Routes Chapter 1 to 2, Chapter 9, the second half, and Chapter 10 to 11, and the True Route. This guy wrote the True Route, huh? That's a lot of work for one guy. Chapter 10 to 11. What's the final chapter of the Common Route? Is it Chapter 11? Because I would fault him if that's the final and he didn't freaking punctuate that ending stronger. But for everything else, I'll give him like I'll buy you a drink at the bar because I was really happy about that kind of appreciation. He's the main author, Chapter 11. Yeah. That was good. Like, good enough where, like, my only complaint was how you ended the Common Route. Because it didn't carry over enough finesse, for one, for me to accept that, right? Or carry a sense of urgency to continue, or tie in the story to make you want to go back, right? There's no, like, actual written material that says, but the main character actually did something, and then it connects to the player going back to the visual novel. And you don't always have to do that. But I was expecting that, actually. They did something else, though, which is okay. But the ending didn't justify not doing that. So that's another critique that I have. Anyway, Scott's waiting, and we'll talk about this later. I'll try to figure out more times to stream Chaos Child. I actually have a decent amount of leeway before work is due, so it's not a bad thing. Anyway, Scott, go ahead and stream. I hope everything is ready. You have the title change and everything. Okay, guys, Scott's going to be streaming now.